All right, everybody, we're live. Can everybody see me and hear me? All right. Looking good on my end. Welcome aboard, everybody. Photon, thank you. I hope we do get them. I hope we do get some good vibes. We're going to need them. The vibes. Do I sound weird? If I sound weird, I think I know why. I don't know. People in the chat, let me know. Can I ask how you felt many years ago when we drafted Russell Wilson? Um, I didn't think much of I didn't think much of it either way. I was like, okay, let's see what happens. Is Dorian Strong off the board? I didn't think so. Yeah, people in the chat, let me know if you guys think I sound weird. If I do, I might be able to fix it. Because I think I know what it is. All right, day three's going to get started in a couple minutes here, and we're going to be moving fast today. Still sounds sped up? Okay, does that sound any better? I just messed with my settings a little bit. I'll be perfectly honest, back in 2012, I wasn't looking very hard at quarterbacks. So I didn't really know what to think. What do you think of Isaiah Bond? Isn't he the guy who's in some pretty non-trivial legal trouble? Okay. Seems like I sound better now. So we don't pick for a while, guys. This is gonna take a little bit. And picks are gonna be moving fast. Some of them won't even really get announced on stream. If Phillips is there at 137, that'd be a pretty great pick. That would take care of the nose tackle need pretty significantly. Yeah, I don't know what's up with a Yomanor. No idea. That one's hard to figure out for me, man. He's a little bit raw, I guess, but who cares? Mm. I make my own coffee. I have a coffee maker machine. Okay, Titans are on the clock, by the way. 3:37. You're right, Sinker was picked. I was so rattled yesterday. Did Dorian Strong get picked? I it wouldn't save the draft reality, but it would make me very happy. Pick is in for the Titans. Really bad knee. Oh, really? I actually didn't even know about that. Embo would be good, but the thing is, where does he play? Where would Mbow play on this team? Because you did already get Zabel. And apparently we really like Oluwatimi. Chimere DK. Okay. I do know who that is, but I did have him in the 5th round, so I don't love it. There are some fun things about him. Man, that's crazy that DK goes ahead of Ayo Minor. What are the biggest positions in need? A lot of stuff. I still want a receiver, cornerback, nose tackle is probably the biggest. I guess if I had to pick one that's the biggest need, it would be nose. The nose. The nose, peoples. All right, so obviously it's pretty early, so there's not going to be a ton of people here yet, especially because we don't pick for a while, but welcome to everybody who is here. Let's try to have a good day today, people. It's not up to us, unfortunately. Okay, Jacksonville, 1 minute 13. What do we got for Jacksonville here? Dante Foreman? Who's Dante Foreman? Maybe Joshua Farmer goes here to Jacksonville or something? Okay, here we go with Jacksonville's pick. I don't think Farmer's a nose tackle. Bayshul Tootin. I like that pick for them. That's a good pick. The Vatek running back. He's very talented. Very fun player. Giants on the clock.
Benefit of the doubt regarding Arroyo. Milton seems a waste.
Hope for WR in 4th and NT in 5th. Go Hawks.
Thank you, OG. Honestly, I think it might be a little bit easier to give Milroe the benefit of the doubt because at least he does have some pretty high upside. Arroyo doesn't even have upside. Like what's the best case scenario for Arroyo? He's Will Dissly? Like, I don't know what the upside is. All right, let's see what the Giants do. Arroyo plays like a wide receiver. He's way too slow to play wide receiver. He's going to have to lose some serious weight if he wants to play wide receiver. I don't know if I buy that. I think for the moment he's a tight end. He's like 250 pounds. Like, he is tight end size. He is faster than Bobo. He is, admittedly. That's true. I think we would have taken Mason Taylor if the Jets didn't. Yeah, I would hope so. All right, the Giants are picking. Cam Scatabo. That's going to hurt some feelings. And I got to be honest, I liked Scatabo quite a bit, so I'm not thrilled about that one either. Scatabo. I'm probably mispronouncing his last name, but it doesn't matter now because he's not going to be on my team. Skyrim Remastered? They remastered Skyrim? I know they remastered Oblivion.
Milrow is a supreme athlete, similar in size to Hurts, had a 65 comp percent, higher than Russ had coming out of college, and a good deep ball. I don't see how anyone could have an issue with the pick. It's a third-road flyer.
Well, David, I mean, all that stuff, he still has to become a good NFL quarterback to be worthy of that pick, and I don't believe that he will be. I don't believe that he is capable of playing the quarterback position at the NFL level. Well, K9's probably going to be gone next year, so we're going to need a running back sooner rather than later. I don't think Scatabo's going to play fullback. Okay, Oblivion. All right, I was about to say, don't tell me they stealth dropped Skyrim Remastered. Yeah, Empowered. I'm not thrilled. I'm not happy. And the thing about Jalen Milrow that kind of sucks is we're probably not going to know for 2 years. Or actually 3 years. We're not going to know whether or not he's good for 3 years. So this is we're going to be in limbo forever. We're going to be in limbo on this forever, man. Okay, pick is in for New England. Best nose tackle available is probably Phillips. Some people think JJ Pegues or whatever his name is a nose tackle. I don't know about that, but he's probably next if he is. Caldwell's gone, so it can't be him. Craig Woodson. A lot of people really like Craig Woodson. He goes to New England here. I wasn't a huge Woodson guy, but yeah, I wasn't a
To be
big
clear,
Woodson
he
guy,
has
but I know a
long
lot
way
of
to
people
go.
liked him more than I
But
did.
a team like us is his best shot to succeed. We hopefully won't see him start for 1 to 2 years. We'll see. If he doesn't work out, we once picked LJ Collier with a first. We good.
Well, David, the thing is, think about the guys. Everyone's talking about how we only gave up a third-round pick. What about the time investment? There's a significant time investment. And if Milrow doesn't pan out, that's a lot of time we wasted. Like, that's literally 2 years to develop and then probably another at least 1 year, maybe 2, to find out if he's any good or not. The time investment on Milroe is big, much bigger than most other quarterbacks. So it's not just about the pick. It's not about the money. It's about the time. All right, Jacksonville's pick. Let's get it. Jordan Love sat for 3 years. Yeah, and that's not something that I'm very excited about trying to replicate. Okay, Jacksonville. Jack Kaiser. Ugh. I did not like Jack Kaiser so much. Notre Dame linebacker. Yikes. He was one of the guys that I just did not really get. Yeah, I didn't even think he was draft worthy. I had him as a UDFA. I just didn't like him very much. Wait a minute. I just realized I have that wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay, Chicago. It just sucks the Seahawks had to trade the 3rd-round pick just to get a man Worry. I think that was worth it. A man Worry's really, 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 really talented. And he's much closer to harnessing that talent properly than somebody like
I like drafting
Milroe.
high upside athletes. All-day draft picks 8 gambles on development. Milroe is a fun project to think about for me.
Yeah, I understand that. That's the one thing I'll say, like, unironically about Milroe. He's got high upside. If he pans out, he'll pan out pretty big. But there's so many obstacles there. I just see the odds of that happening is very low. He's got like 9 or 10 different critical flaws that he has to fix at the NFL level. And he might not be able to fix one. Raiders pick is in, by the way, at 108. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we do. Our pick is going to get here eventually, guys. Raiders could go Shadur here, yeah. Here we go. Well, they didn't go Shadur. Oh, Dante Thornton. Oh. Breaking my heart. Dante Thornton. That's a heartbreaker, man. He's a lot of fun. Even if, I mean, to me, that's he's like the Jalen Milroe of wide receivers. But unlike Milroe, I think Thornton has a much higher chance of succeeding at the NFL level. No, that hurts my feelings, man. I love Thornton. Anyway, Bears on the clock. And then the Jets. Surely the Jets. What do you think about Milroe saying the Hawks told him he's the best quarterback in the draft? Apparently, that's not what the Seahawks said. Oh, Buffalo. Buffalo's trading up. I think Milroe misunderstood what we said or something. Well, they're not trading up to get Shadur. We know that. Bill's pick is in. I wouldn't mind Isaiah Bond if the legal problems are cleared, but I don't think they are. I don't think the legal problems are cleared. All right, Buffalo, let's go. Let's go, Buffalo. Yeah, surely the Jets take Shadur here. Surely. Yanni Walker, cottage cheese boy. Cottage cheese boy. Pretty good pick. I think it's totally valid to take Walker here. But I don't know. I don't know what he does in the NFL, man. This is going to be a weird. It's going to be tough. All right, Jets. Surely you're going to rescue Shadudu. Surely. All right, Jets. Let's save Shadudu. Cottage cheese boy. His stomach. His stomach looks like cottage cheese. Like it's pretty gross to look at. He's got a really weird body type. Pick is in for the Jets. Is Milroe better than Kaepernick? Like Kaepernick right now? Like Kaepernick after being out of the NFL for 8 years? Yeah. I would hope so. Kaepernick in his prime? I don't think so. Thornton's already gone, Michael. Thornton already went. Come on, Jets. Punch it in. We know you want to do the shadoo-doo. Yeah, Thornton's off the board. Mm-mm. Horton would be cool. I like Horton. Horton would make me pretty happy, man. We're in commercials, by the way, guys. We're not missing anything yet. Yeah, no pick yet for the Jets. Do the shadoo-doo, people. Thoughts on taking Jack Sawyer? At this point, I think taking Jack Sawyer would be reasonable. He's not a guy I'm terribly excited about, but it's good value at this point. Sam Darnold better be better than Milroe. We gave that dude a $100 million contract. All right, Jets, pick is in. Let's get it. Come on. Arian Smith. No shadoo-doo. I liked Arian Smith. It's a little high for him, but Arian Smith is fun. A Yeomanor made somebody very, very angry. How do you feel about Kobe Bryant? He is one of my top players remaining. All right, Eagles on the clock. Saints on deck. Why don't you like Milroe as a Taysom Hill type role player? Because Taysom Hill sucks. Taysom Hill was a UDFA. He's fine as a UDFA. But we just spent a third round pick on Jalen Milroe. If he ends up being Taysom Hill, that's pretty bad. Would we consider Sanders if he falls to the 5th? No way. Not anymore. Not now. Okay, Eagles pick is coming in here. Ty Robinson. Oh, that's a heartbreaker for some. I didn't really want him because I don't think he fit in with our defense, but Ty Robinson was one of my better players remaining, and he is a lot of fun. I just don't think he fits our defense. I just think he's too undersized to play in this defense. I like him. It's just he doesn't fit. Saints. Saints already took a quarterback. This is not going to be Shadudu. Does Shadudu go to maybe San Fran? 45 seconds left for the Saints. Pick is in. Yeah, Tesla went to the Lions, which was crazy to me. That they actually thought he was the best receiver on the board at that time. That one confused the hell out of me. Zabel had trouble with Harmon and Steelers take Harmon. Is Zabel overrated? Maybe a little. Maybe a little. I don't know. Zabel's tough because he played tackle for the most part in college, and we're trying to evaluate him as a guard. It's kind of hard to pull that apart. Yeah, Mbow sliding is really confusing to me. I know there are problems there, but the run on interior offensive linemen should have included him. Yeah, we haven't traded any players yet. Saints pick coming in here. Danny Stutzman, okay. Reasonable. Danny Stutzman. Pretty decent. Workable. Makes sense. I'm a little bit concerned about Stutzman because I don't think he can play on passing downs, but he'll be valuable. Okay, San Fran, are they going to take Shadudu? I forgot about Ollie Gordon. Yeah, man, Ollie Gordon. Flawed player for sure, but I'm surprised. Well, maybe surprise isn't the right word. I would say that I think that it would be worth it to take him in the very near future of this draft.
I think the Hawks are looking at the Eagles and what they just did with Hurts. Fortify our trenches, and in 2 years Milroe could have a borderline stacked team around him and he'll be ready to play and process.
Yeah, David, the issue I have with that is if Milroe takes 2 years to develop and then he goes out there and plays well, which is the best case scenario, he's immediately going to get paid. And when I say get paid, I mean by like $65 million a year. So we're going to 3 years from now, we're going to have had one good year at best of Jalen Milroe, and it'll already be time to give him $65 million a year. That's not something I'm even like that is not great. That doesn't really butter my biscuit. CJ West, a lot of people really liked him. I was a little more ambivalent, but I do think that's pretty appropriate value. Pretty close. Decent pick. Is it your money? Well, no, but that's still a problem. That's fine if he's the guy. Well, what if he's like what if he's just like Jordan Love? What if he's just a decent quarterback? And then we still have to pay him like that because that's how the NFL works right now. Like, that's not super exciting. Jonah Monheim, I think he's worth like a 6th round pick or maybe 7th. Wasn't too enamored with him. Well, my point is, guys, we don't get the full benefit of the rookie contract. Look at all the good things we were able to do with Russell Wilson because Russell Wilson was on the rookie contract.
What's our 2 biggest needs?
We're missing out on that. 2 biggest needs at this point, nose tackle and I'll say wide receiver, something like that. What would Milroe need to do to prove you wrong? Be a good NFL quarterback. So now we are worried if Milroe is good too. Well, what I'm saying is that even in the best case scenario, this isn't that exciting. Like if you had drafted, say, Will Howard has a much better chance of being good early, so you get the benefit of the rookie deal. With Milroe, the odds of you getting the benefit of the rookie deal is pretty darn minimal. You like Tez Johnson? No. I don't want to watch a man die. Tez Johnson is going to get murdered. I don't need to see that. All right, Panthers. Pick is in. And then Arizona. Would we really have to pay him that much 2 years in if he hasn't played that much? Well, look at what Jordan Love did. Jordan Love had one good year and got paid over $50 million a year, right? That's how this works, right? I'm hoping that Yo Minor is still there at 137. And at this point, I mean,
I
why
respect
not?
and understand her take on Milroe BTW. I'm just giving alternative perspectives. I don't think her wrong or that I'm right. Though I pray I'm right.
I mean, David, I would hope that you think you're right. I don't think you're wrong or that I'm right. I would hope that you think you're right, or else why do you think it? Like, everybody should think that they're right, or else you shouldn't think the thing. Oh, Panthers just took ETN, by the way. That's Trevor ETN. Seems like a little bit of a reach to me, but at this point, it doesn't matter so much. Man, I had him in the 7th round. Oof. Like, people should think that they're right. If you don't think you're right, why do you think it? I don't know. Cardinals pick is in. Well, Cloudy, I wouldn't be mad if he's good. I'm just saying that even that is a little bit of a flawed proposition. And on top of this, I think the odds of him being good are pretty low because there's so much he has to overcome. Devin Neal in the 5th? That'd be okay. If we want a running back, I think Ollie Gordon's the best left. All right, here we go with Arizona. Bond is still on the board, yes. Cody Simon. I actually like Cody Simon. I mean, I still think this is a little bit of an overdraft, but it's not a bad pick. Martinez from Miami, yeah. Any nose tackle you like at 137? Yeah, I'm hoping that Phillips is still there. Miami is trading the pick to Houston. What are you doing, Houston? You already took 2 wide receivers in this draft. So, probably not Ayo Minor. Pick is in for Houston. All right, come on, Houston. What you got? What you got, people? I guess Iomanor does have injury concerns, but he played most of last season, so I'm shocked that he's still here. I'm really confused here. Tennessee coming up with a pick they got from us? By the way, we've already gotten a little over $100 in super chats today, so thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for the support. It's deeply appreciated. And we're only an hour in. This is going to be a long stream today, guys. And I'm probably doing something with the Bleacher Report tonight. Marcus Mbow here. That makes a lot of sense. That'd be a really good one. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. All right, Houston's pick coming in. Coming in hot. Woody Marks, which is not actually his real name, but certainly better than his actual name. So Woody Marks. I don't think I was super into him. Yeah, I had him as like an early 6th, late 5th. Meh. Man, Ollie Gordon. Rashard Smith is still on the board too. I like Rashard Smith. Woody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, we've got Indianapolis on the clock now. Jarquez Hunter, another running back, goes off the board here to the Rams. Another guy that I wasn't super into. Yeah, I had him in the 7th. I didn't like him very much. Where do you have Dylan Sampson? Um, I have him in about the 4th round. I don't think that would be a bad pick at all. But pick numbers up 118. 118. Billy Bauman. Billy Bauman to Atlanta. Let me get that on the board. Billy Bauman. Billy Bauman Jr. He's so small, man. It's going to be so hard for Bauman. I think the value is good here, but man, he is so small. Where do you have Cam Jackson? I have him coming up in like the 5th round. I like him. Early 5th rounder for me. Billy Bauman. Cincinnati on the clock. No, the huge Florida nose tackle is going to have to lose like 100 pounds. How do the Titans have 120 via the Seahawks? I'm not sure. That must have been a while ago. Oh, the Ernest Jones trade. Yeah, Ernest Jones. Right, I forgot he was a Titan. What channel am I watching on? ABC. Bengals pick is in. Who are you looking for us to pick? It depends on who's there when we pick. We still got a lot of picks between now and then. Barrett Carter. Barrett Carter. Interesting player. Barrett Carter. I think that's a pretty good pick, man. Where did I have him? Yeah, okay. I had him in the 4th round. That's pretty good. Okay, Tennessee. This is the Ernest Jones pick. Yeah, surely the Steelers can end this here. Yeah, I'd say Ernest Jones was worth that trade. Maybe we could have signed him outright in free agency, I guess. But I'm not unhappy about the Ernest Jones trade at all. He can play. Chase Lunt. Chase Lunt would be a good pick, Chris. I'd be good with that. Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm, that's a good pick. He was one of the top remaining players on my board. I like Gunnar Helm, and that's the last time I'll be able to say that name, maybe. And it makes people unhappy when I say it, so. Gunnar. Good pick. Tampa Bay on the board. All right. Carolina. Let's get it. All right, Tampa, what you got? I guess Tampa could take Shadur. I guess. David Walker. That's the Central Arkansas edge rusher. Yeah, I had him as a late 4th rounder. So pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. There we go. Carolina on the clock. Pittsburgh up next. Pittsburgh on deck. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, Panthers pick. Lathan Ransom. What did I do with Ransom? Yeah, I had him in the 5th, so not too bad. Not my favorite, but reasonable. Okay. This is Shadudu's chance. Are we going to make Shadudu more unhappy at 123? What do you guys think? If Seattle trades Fant or Howell, will they get announced before the pick? I think it gets announced before the pick. Could this be Shadudu? Steelers pick is in. They could also take a Yo Manor. This would not be a bad landing spot for a Yo Manor because the Steelers apparently want to dump Pickens. Ooh, Jack Sawyer. Okay, another good pick. I wasn't a huge Jack Sawyer fan, but at this point, that is a very good pick. Another Ohio State player goes off the board. Big, very nice. Green Bay up next, and then the Chargers. I think the Seahawks will end up getting rid of Noah Fant, which is one thing I kind of like about picking Arroyo, but you could have achieved the same thing with a different tight end. Think Royals falls to us? At this point, I would guess yes, but is Royals going to be able to play outside in the NFL? That's a little bit harder to determine. Packers pick is in. What did the Packers do? If Steelers OC booted Russ because of personality conflicts, he's not going to work with Shedeur. That's very true, man. All right, Packers pick coming up. Baron Sorrell. All right. Texas Edge. I think we had a few fans of him. I had him in the early 5th, so that's pretty good. Seems workable to me. Seems like Packers have a lot of picks. Yeah, they do. Wait, why was Baron Sorrell in the green room? That's wacky. Oh, he came for the 3rd day. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Sorrell's pretty good, man. I like it. Chargers, and then the Browns. Pick is in for the Chargers. We're what, 12 picks away? So far, there has not been a single player drafted that wasn't at least on my big board. I wonder who the first player not on my big board to go will be. Maybe somebody will draft like a kicker. So far, I've at least been aware and familiar with every player drafted. That's kind of cool. I feel pretty decent about that. We're in commercials. We're in commercials. We're in commercials. Da, 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 da. We're in the money. We're in the money. We got a lot of what it takes to get along. This would be a very logical place for Ayomin or Harbaugh loves his offensive lineman. Although they did sign Becton, maybe they can't take Embo. I don't know. Where's Shadur going to go? I don't know anymore, man. I'm throwing in the towel on Shadur. I don't know what to think anymore. I can't decide if I feel bad. No, that was spontaneous in power. I listen to all kinds of different music, David. But I don't listen to a lot of music. I listen to music when I work out. That's about it. Expedition 33. I don't know anything about Expedition 33. How about right tackle Holland Pierce? I do like Holland Pierce a lot. Very fun. Overall talent, Little Tomahawk. Overall talent. Can I make music for your channel intro? What do you mean? Like, what channel intro? Do you mean the trailer? Okay, we got more commercials, people. Still no Chargers pick. Come on. Let's get it. Did Nazir Stackhouse go? No, no. Stackhouse is still on the board. Looks like your kind of game. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Play the Oblivion remake? I don't think I'm going to. I mean, Oblivion's a really good game and everything, but I don't feel some big pull to play, not even a remake, a remaster. I don't know. That doesn't do much for me. All right, Chargers, let's go. Kyle Kennard. Another player a lot of Seahawks fans liked. I wasn't a big fan, but he is good. Not a bad pick. Not against it. I had him in the 5th, but close enough. All right, the Browns. And then the Colts. Pick is in for the Browns. Dylan Sampson. Good pick. I had him right around here on my big board. Almost perfect. I feel pretty good about that. I had him as a mid to late 4th rounder, and that's exactly where he went. Countdown to Hawks. 10, yep. Colts on the clock. Mm. Yeah, Browns are doing good. I like what the Browns are doing. That trade back they did with Jacksonville was big time. Top three player you hope we can get. Iominor, Kobe Bryant, and Jordan Phillips. Iominor, Kobe Bryant, Jordan Phillips. That's what I would go with. Jalen Travis goes to the Colts. I think I liked him. Yeah, I did. I think that's a really good pick. Boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Baltimore up next. Washington's pick is in. We're flying. Jalen Lane. Very fun. Very fun. Some problems to be sure, but Jalen Lane's fun. I had him right around here on my big board as well, baby. If we take Sanders at 137, would you call it an early stream? No, I don't even think... Like, I wouldn't even be that mad about that pick. I would be very confused. I would be very confused, but I couldn't get that upset about that pick because the value is pretty remarkable. I would just not be sure what to think. I would just be like really, really, really not understanding of the overall strategy outside of just taking pure value, which I usually support, but you'd have to trade somebody, right? Baltimore coming up here. Pick is in for the Ravens. We are coming up hot, people. Iominor at 137 would blow me away. That's a guy I had a second round grade on. Pick is in for the Ravens. Teddy Buchanan. Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't crazy about him, but there is a little something there. There's a little bit of sauce on Mr. Buchanan. I had him in the 6th. Philly next. Philly. Would it make sense for us to take Royals if we think he can play on the outside? Yes. I like Royals a lot. I just fear he may be slot only because of size issues, but I like Royals a lot. Oh, did the Jets traded up to 130. Okay. Next pick is the Jets. Maybe this is Shadudu. Malachi Moore. I liked Malachi. He has some problems. He's not very big, but Malachi Moore's nice. Pretty good pick. I like that one. We're coming up hot. Coming in hot, guys. Bears in on deck. Saints pick is coming in hot. Can Shadur still decide to stay in college? I don't think that would help him at this point, man. Hmm. All right, we're in commercials again, people. Quincy Riley. I like it. That's good for the Saints. I think the Seahawks liked Quincy Riley. I know we met with him and stuff. I had him as a late third rounder, so that's a very good pick. Now we got the Bears, and then we got the Chiefs. Next year's draft for receivers is crazy good. That's one reason why I'm not completely dead on us not getting a receiver so far. I like these receivers a lot, but next year should be really good too. And we don't, we don't need receivers right this instant. Nose tackle, on the other hand, this is starting to get dire. Good possibility the Saints sniped our guy, maybe. We're in commercials. If we don't go nose tackle, who's the best FA nose tackle available? It might be Jonathan Hankins. It really might be Jonathan Hankins. Bears pick is in. Ooh, we have our first player I've never heard of before. Ruben Hippolati. Hippolite. I don't know who that is. I have no idea who that is, people. Never heard of him. Never heard of this guy. Milrow reminds me of a better version of Russ. That's funny, Shadow Cage. You're very funny. You should be on stage with jokes like that. Yeah, I don't know who this is, guys. First player I don't know. First player I've never heard of. Chiefs on the clock, though. We broke new ground, people. We broke new ground. Projected UDFA, yeah. I mean, we're in day 3, I get it, but that's a weird one. I don't know what to say about that one. Should we trade down? I mean, I guess we could. Chiefs pick is in. By the way, guys, when our pick gets here, I'm not really going to be looking at chat at all because the chat will probably spoil the pick for me. So if you have something that you want me to address when our pick comes up, um, wait for after the pick or send it in as a donation and I'll definitely see it afterwards. So don't take it personally. I just won't be able to read the chat for a few minutes when we're picking here. Chiefs, let's get it. All right, Chiefs pick. Jalen Royals. Oh boy. Some people in chat are not going to like that. And I'm not a huge fan of it either. I like Jalen Royals a lot. Again, I don't know if he was a fit because he might be slot only, but he was one of my best players remaining. Excellent pick by KC. They stay winning. Good pick. Good pick. Ain't no hating on that. Tory Horton would be nice. I like Tory. I had him as a late 3rd rounder. I would definitely take Cam Williams at this point. Denver, 33 seconds. Hurry up. You're going to lose your pick. Mm. Broncos pick is in. There's no way Shiloh gets drafted. He's so slow. Where do you have Logan Brown ranked? I think like in the 5th round. I would be fine with Logan Brown here. All right, here we go. Denver Broncos picking. Quay Robinson. Okay, Vegas is up. Man, I had Quay in the 7th. I'm not a big fan of what Denver's doing overall this draft. Jahdae Barron's a good pick, but I don't think Denver's doing a very good job, man. I'm not a fan. Pick is in for the Raiders. Would you like Mbao? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Great value. I would be a little bit confused about exactly how we're planning to deploy these players, but I think the value would be beautiful. Thoughts on Yaya Black? Worth a draft pick, but I don't think I'd take him here. Raiders pick is... What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Come on. Come on, Raiders. Hit us up. Tonka Hemingway. Another South Carolina defensive player. They've actually got a lot of players getting drafted this year. I didn't like Hemingway. I had him in the 7th, late 7th. Yikes. Definitely. Okay, guys. Our pick is coming up, so I'm not going to be looking at the chat for a few minutes here, so don't take it personally. I'm also muting TTS, so if you send a donation, the audio won't end up on the video. Ravens have a minute 30. And then we're up, baby. Pick is in. Oh, it's a trade. We have a trade. Let's not get sniped, people. Tennessee. Is Tennessee going to snipe? Pick is in. Okay, here we go with the Titans. And then we're up. Oh my goodness, we may have been sniped. Iomanor goes to the Titans. Oh boy. I mean, we'll never know if we got sniped or not. I feel sniped. I certainly feel sniped, people. That was definitely my best player remaining, and definitely the guy I would have been most excited to get. All right, we're up, and this is going to happen quickly, so I'm just going to go ahead and start making the video now. All right, everybody, Seahawks pick is up at 137. Day 3 is off to a pretty interesting start. Still a lot of surprises for me personally. I think we're all a little bit surprised by Shadur still being on the board. Maybe nothing surprising with that anymore, but Iomanor just went to Tennessee at 136, which definitely was a kick in the guts because that was my top remaining guy, and I really would have liked to have gone after Iomanor with our pick here. So that's obviously not going to happen now. And looking at the board, looking at what's going on, looking at what's remaining. Oh, we have ourselves a trade. The Seahawks look like they're trading out of 137. And let's take a look here. We are trading the pick to the New England Patriots. All right, Seattle trades out of 137. Let's try to get a handle on what we might be talking about here. So New England's pick comes up pretty early in the 5th round, 144. So we pick up 144, and we don't know what else we pick up. We'll probably find that out pretty soon here. I'm not going to speculate too much on this right now, but let's see if we can quickly find. Let's see if we can get a feel for the trade down. Yeah, I'm not seeing any details yet. We might not get the details for a little bit here. So we traded back. How many spots would that be? 8? No, 7 spots. So hopefully we picked up something. Obviously, there wasn't a ton going on at our pick that we liked. There was definitely some stuff I was interested in, but I don't think trading back is a bad move, especially if we got sniped on Iomanor, which is very possible. So I'll talk about the details of the trade down in my next reaction video, which is coming up pretty soon here. But Seattle trades back about 7 spots with the Patriots and adds something. We'll find out what later. But, yep. Wheeling and dealing, go Hawks. Okay, let's get that video up. That was a natural reaction, by the way. I had no idea we were trading down until I saw the graphic come up on screen. Patriots pick is in. So we'll see what they do. All right. That video is now up. So let me pull the chat back up. You think the trade down was because of the Titans? Very possible, man. Really hard to calculate. So we got a late 7th round pick. I'd have to look at the charts, but I gotta be honest, that doesn't really excite me. Joshua Farmer. He was one of my top remaining players. I had an early 3rd round grade on him. Oof. Not that I really wanted him because he's another 3-tech, but still, it does highlight. Man, we must have desperately wanted to trade back. We did not get a lot. I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know. That's a late 7th round pick. That's not buttering my biscuit. Yeah, we added. Okay. So we traded back. What is that worth on the Jimmy Johnson on the Jimmy Johnson chart? 37.5. So that's like 3.5 points. So we lost 3.5 points there, and we picked up 1 point there. So we lost the trade by 2.5 points. On the Rich Hill chart, we went from 16 to 14. We lost that trade by 1.2. So either way you slice it, I think that's pretty, there's not much to be excited about there. Yeah, sorry, not getting my dander up for a 7th round pick. It's not a big deal. It's not like a big L or anything like that, but that tells me we were desperate to trade and we didn't really care what we got, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There were good things you could have done at that pick. So let's see here. 5, 144. And then in the 7th round, we now have 238. Pick is in for the Niners, by the way. Okay. Okay, so we now have 3 5th round picks and 3 7th round picks. Alec was off the board, dude. Alec was sniped. That may have been why we traded down. It's hard to know. Jordan Watkins. Another player I've never heard of. Who is Jordan Watkins? Wide receiver from Ole Miss. I know some receivers from Ole Miss, but I don't know Jordan Watkins. Wacky. When he said Jordan, I was really not happy about that, by the way. I thought it was Jordan Phillips, which that would have made me angry. I don't know. I mean, you're not going to get me excited about picking up a late 7th round pick. Like there's no way I'm going to look at that and say, yeah, we did good on that trade. Maybe we did neutrally, but I don't think we did that. But it's a pretty minor consideration. So whatever, but like, I don't know. It's just kind of, it just kind of feels empty. All right. Yeah, I don't know who Jordan Watkins is. Vikings on the clock. Mhm. Yeah, we picked up a 5th, so we moved back 7 spots to pick up a late 7th rounder. I don't know. I'm not going to view that as a positive thing. Why is Nick Nash not on your board? He's on my board. He's just way down. I mean, I know we probably got sniped, but there are other really good players that you could have taken. Hopefully, they're still there at 144, like Jordan Phillips. Just off the top of my head. I mean, look to my right, guys. If you guys want to know which players I value, just look to my right. Tyron Ingram Dawkins. Good pick. I think that's pretty good. I would have waited until the 5th for him personally, but at this point, that stuff doesn't matter that much, I guess. He's really interesting because he didn't get to play very much in college. Okay, Ravens are up after Carolina here. Would M'Bow be a good choice here too? I definitely. I don't know. Oh, Howell to Vikings. We don't know what we got yet, though, do we? All right, I thought we'd trade Sam Howell. I don't really care what we got. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's absolutely nothing. I don't care if it's completely insignificant. I like that. I like the Howell trade. Oh, Cam Jackson just went to Carolina here. That's a good pick by them. I kind of like Cam Jackson. Not my favorite nose tackle left, though, at all. Pick is in for the Ravens. Yeah, I had him as like an early 5th round guy, so this is just about right for him. Almost dead on. 142 pick swap? Wait a minute. How would you feel about M'Bow or Swinson here? That'd be amazing. Kobe would be amazing too. Okay, so we basically traded one of our 5th round picks to move up 30 spots, and all we gave up was Sam Howell. I think that's pretty good, man. Okay, I'm not going to cut the video on it yet because our pick comes up in probably like less than 5 minutes here. But yeah, I'm good with that. Well, maybe I can cut the video here real quick. Okay. All right, everybody, what's going on? Good late morning. We've got a couple of different things to talk about in this video, neither of which are actual Seattle Seahawks draft picks. That comes up in just a few minutes here, but I want to go over 2 trades that the Seahawks just did. First, I'll talk about the one I already mentioned in the previous video, the trade back with the Patriots, moving back 7 spots from the late 4th to the early 5th. The Seahawks picked up a late 7th round pick in that trade, which... I mean, there's not much to say about it, to be perfectly honest. I think we were really, really desperate to trade back, and maybe we got sniped with Io Manor. It's hard to know, but we really wanted to trade back, and clearly we were willing to take any tiny little upgrade to move back there. So, late 7th round pick. The charts all say that we lost the trade, but it's only by a couple of points. Not really worth saying too much about. It's not what I would have necessarily done, but there's a very good chance it ends up not mattering because we'll end up getting the player that we really like at 144 anyway. So 7 spots, and you pick up an extra 7th rounder. Maybe you can leverage that 7th rounder into something. We'll see. But the Seahawks also just made a 2nd trade, and I need to talk about that real quick because that one's actually really spicy to me. We traded Sam Howell. Sam Howell is out of here. We traded him to the Minnesota Vikings. We gave up Sam Howell and our top 5th round pick, so 172. And we moved up to 142. So we actually pick in just a few minutes here. And the Baltimore Ravens just took Carson Vinson. So therefore, we are now, I believe, if my understanding of this trade is correct, on the clock because of the trade with the Vikings. So we're actually almost picking back to back here. We have the pick at 142. We have the pick at 144. Basically, we traded Sam Howell to move up 30 spots in the 5th round. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I didn't really care that much what we got for Sam Howell. I just wanted to get something, and we got something. This definitely allows us to get a player that we otherwise would not have been able to. Moving up 30 spots in the 5th round is non-trivial. So I would say that we did well. I would say we're pretty happy. Yes, we are now officially on the clock according to ESPN, and we'll see what the team ends up doing, but clearly they have a plan. The pick is in, so I'm just going to go ahead and include this pick in this particular video, I guess. Hopefully we find out in the next couple of minutes. But I'm happy we were able to do something with Sam Howell that wasn't just cutting him. We did have to give up a 5th-round pick along with Howell to move up, but I'm not surprised by that. I don't think anybody should be surprised by that. Howell at this point doesn't have a ton of value. Obviously, you didn't get as much as you gave up to get him, but that's not something that's really going to bother me all that much. That's not something I'm going to worry about too much. You didn't give up that much to get him in the first place. So I'm just happy we were able to salvage something there. We upgraded to the backup quarterback position without spending a significant amount of money. Locke is going to cost less than $1 million more than what Howell would have cost. So I'm pretty happy that we were able to leverage Howell into something. So Seahawks, like I said, the pick is in. There's a lot they can still do here. We lost Ayo Manor before our last pick, so that's not really a consideration. I will admit that I did kind of like Cam Jackson. I did kind of like Tyrion Ingram, but there's plenty we can do here. If you look to my right, man, anybody on that list I think would be understandable. Maybe some of the players you wouldn't make sense now, like Shadur would be kind of weird. Will Howard would be weird. Quinn Ewers would be weird. Like, I wouldn't be able to make any sense of those picks because of what we've already done. Oh, looks like we're here. Pick is in. Pick is getting announced. All right. Pick is getting announced. I would love M'Bow. I would love Swinson. I would love Kobe Bryant. I would love Jordan Phillips. A lot we could do here that I'm super into. All right, here it comes. Riley Mills, the Notre Dame defensive tackle. I do know who that is. Seems like a fairly decent pick to me. Not necessarily my favorite guy left on the board or anything, but Riley Mills was a defensive tackle that I was aware of. To my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, he is a 3-tech, which is interesting because we certainly have enough of those. But looking at Riley Mills, I think that there is certainly something there. I did put a 5th-round grade on him, so we did get about the right amount of value here. He had a very nice year for Notre Dame last year, 7.5 sacks. He's got a nice bull rush. He is undersized, so I don't see him being a nose tackle, which, I mean, you know, we still need the nose tackle. We literally don't have one right now. Byron Murphy is not a nose tackle. Just because you make him play one doesn't mean he is, but we're picking again in a second here, so maybe we can get the player there. Miami's pick is in. I'm going to go ahead and cut the video. But seems like a decent pick. I'm cool with it. And go Hawks. All right. So I got to get that video up at light speed here. But I think that's a fine pick. There could have been... there was a lot of things I would have been way more excited about, but that's fine. Oh, Jordan Phillips. Oh, that's sick. So sick, so sick. Sorry, guys. I'm in a little bit of mourning right now. I don't know what we do at nose tackle. I don't know what we do at nose. Well, actually, I do know, but I think I don't like it. Oh, boy. Okay, Seahawks on the clock again. There's still plenty we can do here that I like, but, man, we are running out. Oh, Seahawks trading the pick. To Cleveland. Okay, Cleveland's up now. Where was Cleveland picking here? 166? Okay, I think we picked up 166, so we moved back over 20 spots. So I don't know what we got. We'll see. I wonder if we got sniped again. If we did, that's really, really stupid because we had the pick right before it. But I have no way of knowing if we got sniped or not. That's just purely speculation. Maybe there was something we really didn't like about Jordan Phillips. Maybe. All right. So obviously, guys, I'm scrambling right now. There's a lot going on. Things are going at a million miles an hour, so I know I haven't been able to interact with the chat in a few minutes. I have no idea what people think about all this. But I think the pick is decent. But I'm not... I don't know. I could have done better, could have done worse. I don't know. I'm okay with it though. Okay. We need to do some work here to catch up. Apparently the Browns just took Shadudu. But I cannot confirm nor deny that. Let's see here. Can anybody confirm or deny Shadudu going to Cleveland? I'll just put it on board. I'll just put it on the screen. And if it ends up not being the case, then I'll fix it. Okay, so 142. And now we have, presumably, yeah, we have 166 now. But we don't know what we got. I'm going to give that pick a B. I think it's fine. Apparently he's really, really injured and might not even play this year, but we don't necessarily need him to play right now. What are we going to do with all these 3-techs, guys? We have like 4, well, maybe Mills doesn't count because he's hurt, but like, I don't know what the, we've got too many undersized defensive linemen, man. I don't know why you wouldn't go for some beef here. Okay, let me start. I still don't know if the Browns took Shadudu or not, so I'm not going to say much about that. But Jordan Phillips is gone. What else? Oh, Carson Vincent's gone. I like Vincent. He was fun. Little bit of a reach for Vincent, but not a big one. Riley Mills. Yes, Riley Mills I did have in about the 5th round range of it, so I do think the value is about appropriate. I don't know if it's actually good. I'm just not convinced. I'm just in terms of him being able to get on the field. But I think the value is appropriate. Okay, we picked up 192 in the 6th round. Okay, we picked up 192 in the 6th round. Okay, so... yeah, Browns took Shadur, it looks like. Wow. Okay, so I think... all right, guys. Shadur Sanders. All right, guys. Real quick before I leave, because I am going to have to leave for a second here. All right. Shadur goes. There we go, people. Shadudu. 5th round pick. Eagles on the clock. All right, Riley Mills. Notre Dame, 24 years old. He's very tall and pretty small. Arm length is kind of small, but not crippling. 7.5 sacks for Notre Dame last year. Okay, so here's what I said about Riley Mills. Pros. Punches land with a big pop. Has some nice moves to shake blockers. High effort at all times. Surprisingly effective bull rush given how small he is. Converts speed to power well. Cons, hard to get by with his combination of lean size and height, not very athletic. Status isn't entirely clear after an injury that took him out of the playoff. Might be mostly a fit as a 3-4 end. Certainly not my favorite of the undersized interior linemen in this draft, especially after the non-trivial injury he suffered. There's a similar idea behind Mills finding NFL-level success, and I can still see it. So, not in love with it, but it is about appropriate-wise for value. All right, guys. I have to step away for a little bit. I'll be right back, but hopefully I don't miss anything. We don't pick again for 20 picks? Yeah, 22. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, let's try to figure out what we missed here. Okay, Mac McWilliams. I was not a big fan of his, so I'm cool with that. 49ers are on the clock. Braden Swinson, though. I did like Swinson a lot, man. He was maybe my favorite player still on the board. Yeah, Mac McWilliams I had as a UDFA, so that one I'm not really feeling. Okay, Joseph sent in a super chat. Yeah, how would you feel about Embo or Swinson here or Kobe? I really, really like all those players. I like them more than the guy we got. Got to be honest. San Fran, Jordan James, the Oregon running back. I wasn't a fan of Jordan James. Didn't like him very much. I had him in the 7th. Down with that. I like Will Howard a lot, Scotty Mac. I think he's going to be a pretty good pro. Mm-hmm. Okay, so first let's talk about the Sam Howell trade. So we moved up from... Okay, so that is a trade of about 12.5 points. 12.5 points is worth a middle 6th rounder. So we basically traded Sam Howell for a middle 6th rounder, which is about what I expected. As for the other trade that we made... $144 for... Okay, so 144 to 166. That's 9 points. And then we add 192, which is worth 4. Okay, on the Jimmy Johnson chart, that's a very good trade, actually. On the other chart, we've got, let's see here, 14 to 9, so that's 5 points. 192 is worth 6 points. Okay, so that's a good trade. On the charts, anyway, that's a dub trade. Oh yeah, Gabriel's still on my list. Shoot, I didn't realize I never took him off. Okay, Rams pick is coming in here. Ty Hamilton. Kind of their nose tackle. I don't know if he'll be able to play nose tackle in the NFL, though. Not bad. I had him in the 6th, but at this point, stuff like that doesn't matter as much. Okay. I think we're caught up. So I like both the trades we made. I think both the trades we made are fine. I like getting something for Howell. Pick is in for Dallas. I have no idea what the Browns are doing, but I guess the value was good, so it can't be that bad. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with M'Bow. I have no idea. Is he injured or something and I didn't know about it? Riley Mills, 7 missed tackles and 108 career college snaps. That's pretty damn good. I'm worried about how undersized he is, but there is some stuff about him that I do like. I would have had him in the 4th round if he didn't get hurt, but I had him in the 5th, which was where we got him, so it's not that bad. Cowboys. Pick is in. What are your thoughts on Cam going to the Giants? Scatabo? I think that's a good pick by them. Jaden Blue. I like that one too. Good pick by the Cowboys. Blue. 150. Miami. Yeah, I think that's about appropriate. Wait, did we actually trade Fant or are people just yapping? I don't think we traded Fant. People are yapping. I like Scatabo too, but I'm not terribly torn up about not getting him. Miami's picking here. What round do I have Toya listed? I think I had him in the 7th. There's some... his arms are too short. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not upset about the Riley Mills pick. I think the value's about appropriate. I think there is some really intriguing upside there. But we have an overabundance of 3-techs right now, and I don't know how they're going to get on the field. Biggest need left, nose tackle. We don't have one. We need a damn nose tackle. We literally don't have one. I don't care what anybody says. Byron Murphy is not a nose tackle. Maybe Jaron Reed's a nose tackle, but apparently we don't want to use him as one. Jason Marshall goes to Miami. Florida cornerback. I wasn't big on him, but sure. Five 151 is Indy. 551. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I didn't like Marshall very much. I had him going as a UDFA. Not a big fan. I don't know. That might be a little unreasonable, but I couldn't get into him. Indy pick is in. Can Mbao play right guard? Maybe. In this offense, maybe. The way Seattle plays defense, do we need a specified nose tackle? I think so. I mean, look who we had in Baltimore, right? Michael Pierce, legitimate nose tackle. Stackhouse is still available. He's not expected to get drafted until pretty late, but it's not enough. It's not enough, man. We're going to have to force teams to live in passing downs to make up for this. Because we don't have a nose tackle for neutral downs or rundowns. Indy pick coming in hot.
Who are you hoping is still available at 166?
Roy, I would say... Oh, DJ Giddens goes to Colts, by the way. Pretty much anybody you see to my right except for the quarterbacks. Like, Mbao would be great. Kobe Bryant would be great. Tory Horton. Cameron Williams. Holland Pierce. I'd take Ollie Gordon. Brashard Smith would be a lot of fun. Jared Ivey. Zoff Frazier. Shoot, man. I'm pretty open-minded here. But I guess if I had to pick one guy, I'd go Mbao because I think the value is just insane. Okay, 153 is Cincy. Okay, Giddens. Where did I have Giddens? Oh, wow. I actually had him in the late fourth. Okay. He was almost on screen. You're the one who said you can get a nose tackle in UDFA. Yeah, you can get a backup nose tackle. Oh, Arizona's trading their pick. Dallas. Okay. Pick is in for the Cowboys. Shamar James. Linebacker from Florida. Wasn't a big fan of him. Best remaining nose tackle. If JJ Pegues is a nose tackle, then him. If not, then Stackhouse. Yaya Black, maybe. It's thin, guys. Howard Cross, who's super undersized and probably not a real nose tackle. Jay Toya, who I actually have in the late sixth. Now that I look at it. Yeah, Ewers is still on the board, guys. Pick is in for the Bengals. How many snaps was Roy Robertson Harris playing nose tackle last season per game? I'm not sure off the top of my head, Guybrush. Can we put Mills at nose tackle? I don't think so. I don't think he's a nose tackle at all. He didn't even play nose tackle at Notre Dame. Howard Cross did, and Howard Cross is super undersized too. We're in commercials. We don't know what the Bengals pick is yet. Good. What's an Ollie Gordon comp? I don't know. He's like a straight line runner. He lacks creativity. He's just kind of a runaway freight train. He doesn't have a lot of creativity. He doesn't have tremendous speed. He just kind of gets going, builds up momentum. Well, I don't know. What's a good comp there? Poor man's Omarion Hampton? Guys, like, Desmond Watson's kind of a meme. Everybody calm down. Desmond Watson is kind of a meme. Jalen Rivers goes to the Bengals. Not a big fan of him. Can't trust him to stay healthy. I had him in like the early 7th. Okay, Giants are up. Marcus Mbow. Great pick. Oof, okay. Okay, that's the last guy I had in the second round on my big board. Now we're down to 8 guys I had in the third round. 8 guys I had in the third round. And one of them's a quarterback. We're not going to do that. Pittsburgh coming up after Miami. We're in commercials. Miami, we still don't know their pick. Yeah, I know. I'm not thrilled about it, man. Embo, I guess he had problems, but that would have been kind of nice. Apparently Thunderbolts is really good, so that's cool. I hope it is. Marvel needs to start hitting a little harder. Do we have official reviews on Thunderbolts yet? I don't think the embargo's been lifted yet. Brady says Seahawks are calling Mills a defensive end. He's too big for that. Well, he could be like a really, really big edge, but I don't know how to feel about that one, man. Okay, no official reviews for Thunderbolts yet, but early signs are promising. I know Mills has pass rush ability. I don't know about putting him on the edge. Okay, Dolphins pick coming in. Dante Trader Jr. Okay. Did not like him very much. Yeah, I had him in the 7th. I don't play Madden. Madden sucks. Madden is trash. I actually had viewers purchase the Madden that had Lamar Jackson on the cover for me so I could stream it, and it was poop. That's the last time I played Madden. I don't play Madden. Chiefs traded up. Chiefs traded up to 156. It's the only football sim we have. Not true. Backyard football. Jeffrey Bassa. Okay. I thought he was all right. Not too bad. I did have him in the 6th, but we're pretty much at the 6th anyway. I got to figure out when I'm going to eat lunch, by the way, because there's no way I'm going to get through this whole stream without eating anything. So, like, I guess after 175, I should go eat, and then I'll be back before 192. Tampa Bay on the clock. Elijah Roberts. Wasn't a big Elijah Roberts guy. But again, we're in the 5th round now, so what are you going to do? I had him in the 6th. Not too bad. All right, Pickett's in for the Chargers. No, I'm not going to do teriyaki. I'm going to just make a sandwich. I don't have time to go do anything else. I'm really surprised Jackson Slater's still on the board. Would you be happy if we took JJ at 166? Sure. I think he's one of the best remaining players. I don't know if he's a nose tackle. He might be a 3-tech, and if that's the case, we're building our whole defense out of 3-techs, I guess. Chargers pick is in.
Who
All
do
right,
you
here we
want
go with the
slash think
Chargers.
we will get at 166?
Who do you want? Think we will get at 166? Well, what I want would probably be Kobe Bryant or Tory Horton. What I think, I have no idea. That's really, really hard. Keandre Lambert for the Chargers. Another receiver. Not my favorite. Yeah, I had him in the 6th. How difficult is it to transition a player from 3-tech to 4-tech? I mean, that's relatively reasonable because 4-tech is like the 4-eye in a 3-4 defense. But we don't really have 4 eyes. The way we play our 3-4 defense, it's usually in nickel. So we have a 3-tech and a nose tackle on the field. You think Shaq Griffin is on the table if we don't draft a cornerback? Yeah, I would say so. Packers pick is in here. What would it cost to get Ramsey? I don't think Ramsey's getting traded at this point. Would have happened by now. Packers, what you got? Colin Oliver. I think I know who that is. Did I have him? Wow. I had him as my second to last player on my board. Second to last. I did not like what I saw there very much. Also, I had him listed as an edge rusher. So I'll list him as an edge rusher, even though maybe he probably moves to inside linebacker in the NFL because he's so small. Well, no, actually, if I think he's going to move to linebacker, I'll list him as a linebacker. Bond is still on the board, yes. All right, Frisco. Yeah, Bond's in some trouble. I don't think we're touching that, guys. Isaiah Bond, I don't know, man. I think I wouldn't mind taking him here. But I have a feeling we're gonna stay the frack away. All right, San Fran pick coming in hot. Marquez Sigley? No, I don't know who that is. There's another one. Don't know who that is. Never heard of him in my life. Hold on, let me make sure I didn't have him on the big board. Yeah, I didn't. So we've got a few players now that I'm not familiar with. Dang. Well, it was bound to happen. Eagles pick is in. Here we go. Philly coming in. Smael Mondon Jr. I like that pick. Another Georgia Bulldog. Yeah, he was one of my best players left. I had an early-ish 4th rounder on him. Good pick. Good for him. Smael Mondon Jr. Jets picking at 162. We're coming up soon here, guys. You have twice as many current viewers as Seahawks Chat Sports. Does anybody else do all the on-screen stuff that I do? That might be it. People might like to watch this because I'm actually like showcasing the mechanics of the draft as it goes along. I don't know if anyone else does that. That might be a big part of it. Are you going to any Mariners games soon? No, probably in June. I don't know. The people in my comments section yesterday after I made the Jalen Milroe video kept telling me my channel was dying, so I don't know who to believe. Francisco Mauigoa. I do know who that is, but I don't think I had him on the big board. I didn't expect him to get drafted. I don't mind him, but there's a lot between him and being a meaningful NFL player. That's for sure. Yeah, I didn't have him on the big board, but I know who he is. I was actually looking at him at one point, but I didn't get the sense that he was much of anything. Brendan, do you live in Seattle? No, I don't live in Seattle. Yeah, honestly, don't really subscribers don't really matter on YouTube anymore. Like Boogie has what, 4 million subscribers? And his videos will often get less views than my videos. So, subscribers are just kind of that's not what gets you attention on YouTube anymore. That's not buttering your biscuit. Steelers take Will Howard. I think that'd be a great pick for them. Okay, Mitchell Evans. Ooh, I like that pick for Carolina. That's a good one. Mitchell Evans, tight end Notre Dame. He was, not that I wanted him because we already took our tight end, but I did like Mitchell Evans a lot. I thought he was a 4th rounder. Good pick. Pittsburgh. What do we got? And then we're up, actually. After the Chargers here. I think Mitchell Evans is going to be nice. No, I don't live in Spokane. Pick is in for the Steelers. I was just stunned by the Milroe pick. He was literally, in my opinion, Jalen Milroe was the most overrated player in this entire class, and we end up drafting him. No, I don't live in Spokane. All right, guys, we're on the board. We're in the hole, as they say in baseball. You know who else is an athletic freak? Anthony Bradford. And like 95% of the people in this chat right now hate Anthony Bradford. I can pretty much guarantee you that. So, you know. All right. Come on, give me the Steelers pick. Let's go. Just take Will Howard. Get him off the board. He deserves it. Trust me, Milroe will be like a Taysom Hill in Seattle. I don't know if you're saying that to try to make me feel better, but saying he's going to be Taysom Hill does not make me feel better. That's like the worst thing you could say to me if you're trying to make... I don't know if you're trying to make me feel better. That is not helping. Is there anything better than a basic member on your channel? And if so, how do I get to that on your page? I think if you click the join button, you can become an elite member or a Ring of Honor level member. Just click the join button. All right, come on, Pittsburgh. Punch it in. Brian Nemhauser took a shot at you. I don't know what you're talking about, Hoop Craze. Milroe is our future running back. That also does not make me feel better. All right, here's the Steelers pick. Yaya Black. So that's another nose tackle off the board. Not my favorite one, but he was interesting because he's so big. I do think that's appropriate value for Black, though. I did have him in about here on my big board, so it's certainly not bad. He was not. I think there are some issues with him. He might not be able to move at all. Okay, we're officially. Okay, I'm not looking at the chat for a while now. I'm not going to be looking at the chat for a little bit here, guys. Our pick is up. Chargers pick is in. Here we go. Gadsden. Oronde Gadsden. He's fun. He might be a receiver, though. That's a nice little pick. I mess with that. All right, we're up. Pick is in. All right, everybody. Seattle Seahawks making their pick at 166. They traded back from 144 or whatever it was. Pretty good trade, by the way. I'm not going to go too deep into it because it wasn't a big thing. But the Seahawks did make technically a win trade to get back to 166 instead of picking at 144. The chart said it was good. And Tory Horton. Oh, yes. Okay. All right. That's a big win right there, guys. Tory Horton is the pick for the Seattle Seahawks. He's coming off a disappointing year in 2024, mostly because of injuries, but I really did like Horton's game. I would not have even minded taking him in the third round. You get him in the 5th round. I think that you have done something really, really good there with Tory Horton. He's got some pretty nice size. Hopefully he'll be able to play on the outside. His arms are a little bit on the shorter side. Hopefully he can make it outside, but he's got good speed. He's got NFL caliber size, at least in terms of height, in terms of being able to play outside. Really good route runner, got good ball skills. I like Tory Horton a lot. I would have been okay with taking him in the late third round. I would have really liked taking him in the fourth. Getting him in the fifth is a big win. We needed a receiver. My only concern with him really is, can he play on the outside? And that's just something we're going to have to find out the hard way, I think, because we've already got a long-term slot receiver on this team. But this guy had a very productive year for Colorado State 2 years ago. He's a very talented receiver. He's a very hard worker. Got some yak talent as well. So I would consider this to be, in terms of just value, our best pick of the draft. I think this is actually the best pick. Not to say that he's going to be our best player that we've drafted, not by a long shot, but I think the potential here far outweighs the fifth round pick. So that one's a big one. And the Titans just took Jackson Slater, so we're already on to our future picks. But Tory Horton was definitely one of my top targets here. If you look to my right, you can see he was top 5 on my list of remaining players. So I'm definitely going to get behind that one. We do pick again and not terribly long here, so I'm going to go ahead and cut the reaction. But Tory Horton, love it. Love it. That is a big win. Obviously, it doesn't offset my disappointment with some of the earlier picks, but I think that's a really good one, and I'm excited to see what he brings. All right. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Another reaction video coming not too long. Okay, let me get that pick up, and then I'll update the boards. But again, I wasn't watching chat, so I have no way of knowing what people thought about that pick. I'm guessing people liked it, though. Drew Kendall to Philly. Wow, he actually did get drafted. Good for him. Yeah, he needs to add weight, but a lot of players coming out of college do need to add weight. That's not that uncommon, so I'm not going to get Tory Horton. $166. I would have taken him in the third round, so getting him in the fifth round I think is a big dub. Granted, the impact of these things are much less, right? Because, you know, at the end of the day, there's still a wide range of possibilities on what he ends up being in the NFL, and a big part of that range is relatively anonymous. Even as much as I like him, I can admit that, but I do think he's going to be pretty good. I just hope he can play on the outside. His arms are short. That is not something that I dismiss. Bears pick is in. Finally, some good food. All right, I 100% mess with that one. I'm going to give that an A+. That's everything I like in a pick, man. Okay, I missed several picks, so let's just refresh the board completely and fill it out.
Thanks for your hard work, Brandon. I'm a big fan of your program.
Sarah, appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support, man. Za Frazier, oof. I like Za. He is kind of a woolen clone, little wooleny. Okay, so one. Okay, Drew Kendall. Uh,
Comps for Horton?
comps for Horton. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not very good at the comparison stuff sometimes. That one's hard. I guess the happy path would be Tory Horton is a taller Tyler Lockett. I guess that's like the best case scenario. But more realistically, bigger Tank Dell, I guess that's okay too. Okay, so okay, we're updated there. Let's get Slater off the board, Horton off the board. Who else? Kendall and Frazier. Okay, Frazier is off the board. Kendall, he comes off the board. Bill's pick is in, but we don't know what it is yet. Still got 6 guys that I had 3rd round grades on, man. And we're not that far away from the 6th. Do you think Horton could be a good kick returner? Sure. Jordan Hancock, the Ohio State corner. Baby hands. Hancock, okay. Wow. I nailed it. I had him 170 on my big board, and he goes at 170. Lisan Al-Gaib. Yeah, I know Jackson Slater got picked. That's why I took him off the board. I still have no idea what the hell we're going to do at nose tackle. Pick is in for the Detroit Lions. So they traded up. All right, Detroit's got this next pick.
I heard rumors Mills can play NT.
I mean, Ethan, I feel like if Mills can play nose tackle, he would have done it in college. Remember, Notre Dame's nose tackle in college was Howard Cross III, who's really, really undersized. Like, I'm sorry. I think that we would have seen that in college. I don't see him as a nose tackle at all. I guess it's always possible, but if you can't do it in college, you probably can't do it in the pros. And I feel bad for Will Howard, by the way. I think he's the third best quarterback in this class, and he's getting completely ignored. Yeah, I may have been a little bit nice when I gave Arroyo a C, but I don't know. I don't find him offensive the way I do Milroe. I just think he's uninspiring, unambitious. Going to do UFA? I'm going to be jumping on the Bleacher Report right after this stream ends. So, probably not. Yeah, Howard is way better than Milroe. I know some people really like Arroyo. I know. I'm aware. Believe me. I just don't see it. Miles Frazier. I didn't really want him because I don't think he's a scheme fit, but that's a pretty good pick. Detroit loading up on that offensive line, baby. That's a good pick. I like all the people in chat misspelling Milroe as Milton. Oh, the Rams traded up to 172, I think. And then Buffalo. We're coming up soon here, people. Punch it in, Rams. You actually have comparison in between Milton and Milroe. It's actually not bad. That's actually a pretty reasonable comp. Of course, I'm familiar with Chicken Jockey. All right, Rams are up. All right, here we go. Oh, they took the baby linebacker. I mean, it's good value at this point. I don't think there's anything wrong with that pick. But I'm not a big Chris Paul guy. I think his arms are just way too short. But the value is about appropriate, so it's all good. Yeah. Milton is like a 5th or 6th round pick, would have been fine. But if we had taken Milton in the 3rd round, I would not have been very happy. And I think I liked Milton more than Milroe. I actually think Milton has more potential. I think he has more talent. Iominor went to Tennessee, Jacob. I mean, Milton's a lot bigger than Milroe. For one. All right, pick is in for Buffalo. Come on, Buffalo. Jackson Hawes. I like Hawes. Not bad. Georgia Tech tight end. Okay, Arizona's on the clock and Seattle's on deck. So, again, I'm not going to be looking at the chat for a little bit here so it doesn't get spoiled for me. All right, Jackson Hawes. Arizona on the clock. Arizona's pick is in. We're still in commercials. And again, I'm not looking at chat because our pick is probably going to be known very soon here, if it's not already. So everyone just chill out. I'm not ignoring you. Denzel Burke went to Arizona. So Seattle's on the clock. That's a good pick by Arizona, by the way. Seattle's got a lot of time left. We could trade the pick. I don't know. I'm pretty indifferent on trading at this point. It's like, you know, what's the damn difference? No signal the pick is in quite yet, but haven't traded it yet either. I hope we just pick. I'd rather, let's just get some players going here, man. Pick is in. Pick is in. All right, everybody, welcome back. Seattle's pick at 175 is up, and the pick is in. So we're about to find out who the Seahawks are taking. They are officially going to do something here, and I'm open to quite a bit. I think the last pick was awesome. I think the last pick was a home run. Kobe Bryant is probably the best thing we can do here. Dorian Strong would be excellent as well. There is an opportunity to maybe get some really good value as a backup right tackle. Holland Pierce, Cameron Williams. We still really need a nose tackle. It might be a little too late to do anything about that now, but I would at least consider taking a nose tackle here if there's somebody that you think is worth it. It might be a little bit of a reach, according to the experts for Nazir Stackhouse, but I don't think so. I'd like to have that guy. You could get a Tommy Hill if that kind of a cornerback is more your style. This Chase Lunt would work. Jared Ivey could be kind of interesting. I'm pretty open to a lot of possibilities here, but hoping we take somebody that I'm at the very least reasonably familiar with and had a decent impression of from the pre-draft process. But yeah, it looks like they're going to make us wait a little bit. So what I'm going to say as we're waiting for this pick to get punched in is cornerback and nose tackle to me. Oh, it looks like we're going. A cornerback and nose tackle positionally is kind of a priority to me at the moment. Okay, graphics about to show up on screen here. Come on. Come on. I know you want to show it. I know you want to take that banner down. And by the way, after this pick, I am going to be taking a little bit of a break from the stream. I got to go eat something. So I'll be missing several picks, but I should be back in time for 192. So as long as we don't trade up, all should be well. And if we do trade up, I'll try to get back on stream real quick to handle that pick. Man, you know, I'm not a Walter Nolan fan. Cardinals have done good. Robbie Outs. Okay, so the Seahawks have taken a player that I did not evaluate this offseason. Robbie Outs, tight end from Alabama. Without knowing very much about this player, I'm thinking maybe this has to be like a fullback. This has to be a fullback situation where we just feel like Kubiak's offense needs a tight end. Either that or somebody like a AJ Barner is going to be a fullback. That would be my guess. So they list him as a tight end here, but I'm guessing this is going to be a scenario where he switches positions. So I'll have to look into the player more before I say what I think. I don't really know too much about Robbie Outs. Wow, 274. That could be like the what's the name of the fullback on the Ravens? Ricard? I think his name is like Patrick Ricard. No. It's not Patrick Ricard, but I can't remember the name. But the fullback on the Ravens, who's like 290. It's almost like that. Okay, I'm looking at the highlights because that's all I have, and yeah, he's lining up in the backfield there. Yeah, he's lining up as basically like a fullback on that play. Okay, there he's in line, but he's, it's a 2 tight end set. His receiving stats are very, very underwhelming. So yeah, that's what I'm guessing right now. I think that if I had to guess, this guy's going to be like a fullback, and I can't really comment on whether or not I like the pick or not because I don't know a heck of a lot about the player specifically. I think the idea of drafting a fullback at this point in the draft is pretty good, though. All right, so sorry I don't have more information. Sorry I can't react a little bit more robustly than that, but Robbie Outs is a player that I did not get a chance to look at this offseason. All right. See you guys later. Go Hawks. And interesting pick. Interesting pick. That's what I'll say right now. I'm not going to say it's good. Not going to say it's bad because this just is a guy who was not on my radar. All right. So that's interesting. Robbie. I'm getting, again, I have to assume this is a fullback. I'm not even going to grade it because I need to look some stuff up about this player. I don't really know what's going on there. So I think that's going to be the fullback. I'm guessing. Did I miss any donations? No. Okay, we're good. Okay, so that's updated. And yeah, I got to go eat, guys. So let me get that video uploaded. Yeah, this has to be like a fullback pick. He's actually much bigger than the typical tight end in the NFL right now. He's 274. That's a big dude. Okay, guys. I'm stepping away. If the Seahawks trade up, I'll try to get back on stream in time for the pick. But I will be missing several picks here. I need to eat something. I've barely eaten today. So if anything that gets said in chat for the next extended period of time, I'm not going to see it. If you send it in as a donation, I'll see it later for sure. I'll make sure to check when I get back. But just understand that I'm not going to be able to really even watch chat while I'm eating necessarily because I'll have to keep an eye on stuff to make sure we don't trade up. All right. See you guys soon. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. Obviously, I missed picks, but like, of course. So, Tyler Barron, I know I had him somewhere. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so 6, 3, Marcus Harris, Devin Neal, okay. So now I got to start pulling people who got drafted off. Dorian Strong, Bilal Cohn. I really like Dorian Strong. What's up with Kobe Bryant, though? Ollie Gordon. That's a good pick, I think. Getting Ollie Gordon in the 6th is a dub. JJ Pegues. Kyle McCord. Okay, the Patriots took the kicker, who I did look at, but I didn't put him on the big board because he's a kicker. I didn't have Marcus Harris. I did have Devin Neal. Wasn't a big Devin Neal guy. But value's fine here. Okay, I think we're caught up, people. I think we're all caught up. So, how's everybody doing? I still don't have much to say about the Robbie Otts pick because I don't know anything about him. Steelers pick coming in hot. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Robbie Otts. Otts. I'm going to call him Robbie Otts. Compact, muscular, but surprisingly athletic. Good as a lead blocker. Should play on kick return, punt and cover, and field goal teams. Move to fullback. Yeah. He's definitely a fullback. Kind of short arms. Will Howard. Ooh, Steelers got their quarterback. Good for them. That's a good pick. Okay, so I guess it's an okay pick based on what I can tell, but I don't have enough information, so. Good pick by Pittsburgh, I think. Baltimore on the clock. Mm-hmm. 3 players left in my round 3. I think you probably could have gotten this fullback guy in the later rounds, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to use late picks to guarantee you get the guy you wanted. It is the 5th round, though, so we're not at that point yet. That's something you should be doing in the 6th or 7th. I do suspect he would have made it to UDFA, though. So on that level, I don't think the pick is very good. But I do have to acknowledge the fact that I can't really grade the pick when I don't know anything about the player. I guess I can, I don't know, based on the limited information I have, I'll give it like a B minus. I don't dislike it. It's not that big of a deal. It's a player that we clearly have put some value on, but it's probably not a good value pick. It's probably not a necessary pick. I'll just put B minus, and you know, there's a caveat there. I don't really know that much about this guy. Ravens pick is in. Oh, Robert. My bad. Seems like he's a decent blocker, but based on what I'm reading at least, he's not really a good blocker. He's, you know... You think Kobe falls to 192? At this point, why not? He's fallen this far. Ouzts. Robbie Outst. What a name. Not Thiago. I can't analyze it. I don't really know this player very much at all. I think he's going to be our fullback. In fact, let me list him as a fullback now that I think about it. And I mean, it's the 5th round. It's late 5th round. You can't really go all that wrong with it. But like, probably could have gotten him later. Probably could have gotten him as a UDFA. There are some really high value players still on my board. Like, I don't think it's like good. I think it's whatever. Not worth getting upset about, but it's not exciting. Seems I don't have a problem with it, but I think you could have done better. Seth McLaughlin might be all right. I don't know. I don't think he'll be better than Olu. Nah, I'm not going to give a C plus to a 5th round pick. It's not that serious. Tyler Loop. They drafted the kicker. Justin Tucker. Pack your bags. Justin Tucker, get out of town. Go away. Leave now and never come back. I did not have him on my big board. That may shock some of you. I think he's an okay blocker. I don't know if he's a good blocker yet. He could get there. Cam Jackson's long gone. Okay, Tennessee after Houston. You kind of turned into a contrarian for contrarian's sake. Okay. Don't know how you come away with that impression. All I said is I don't know who the hell Robbie Outs is. I can't really comment on the pick. Oh, Houston pick is coming in. Jalen Reed, the Penn State safety. That's not bad. Good pick. I was very close with that one. At least in terms of the big board ranking. You have confidence Kobe will fall? I mean, at this point, why not? What's the difference? He's fallen this far. What's 4 more spots? I don't know what's going on there. Maybe there are injuries that we don't know about. Yeah, Cameron Williams being on the board still is kind of crazy too. Yeah, Desmond Watson is not a serious player, guys. He needs to lose like 100 pounds. Corey, thank you for the member message. Appreciate your dedication and honest takes. Thank you, Corey. At least somebody does. Wakavius Thomas? I don't know who that is, Gary. Oh, Kalel Mullings, running back from Michigan. I think he's the power back from Michigan. He's all right. I did have him as a late 7th round pick, but he does have some fun stuff about him. Again, at this point, value stuff matters a little bit less, I think. Oh, Indy goes back to back here. All right, let's see what Indy does. Quick thoughts on the draft as a whole so far, Brendan? I don't know. I'm not terribly excited overall. It's okay. There's some good stuff here, but overall, I think there were some missed opportunities. Also, it really doesn't sit well with me that we're almost definitely not drafting a quarterback next year. Next year's quarterback class is so much better. And we're probably not going to be able to draft one because Jalen Milroe will still be a mystery box in a year. We're not going to have any idea if he's good or not in a year. And we're going to be motivated to just not take another quarterback until we figure out Milroe. We're not going to figure out Milroe until year 3, probably. So, like, if we have a bad season and we're in position to draft like a Drew Aller or a Nico or a Cade Klubnik or whatever QB2, QB3, QB4 there is, we probably won't do it. That's another part of this. John, thank you for becoming an elite channel member here on YouTube. Welcome to the team, John. Colts pick coming in here. Riley Leonard. Wow, they took their Duke QB. Don't they have Daniel Jones now too? So they have both recent Duke quarterbacks. If Milroe is terrible, we can draft another quarterback next year. Milroe's not going to be terrible this year because he's not going to play very much. How are we going to figure out if he's good when he's not going to play? Darnold is going to play. We're going to have no idea about Milroe next year. So, would you rather have gotten Shadudu? Probably. I think Shadudu is actually a quarterback. He's not a very good quarterback, but he's a quarterback. I actually have a soft spot for Riley Leonard. I don't know. I like him. The coaches will see him in practice, and they're not going to be able to make an educated evaluation of him based off 1 year when you know he's super raw anyway. If we actually decide to throw Milroe out of off the boat based on practice next year, then that says more. Then that says something very bad about this organization. If they end up in the top of the draft, they will take a quarterback regardless of Milroe. Okay, great. Then we just completely wasted our 3rd-round pick this year. Awesome. You're really selling me on this one, guys. Tim Smith, Alabama. Pretty reasonable. The Taysom Hill role, which is worth a late 3rd-round pick. You're very funny. You're a very funny person, man. I think Ewers is better than Milroe. Eagles pick is in. What if Milroe helps us get a new GM? I guess that's one way to look at it. That's a very cynical way of looking at things. Who would you have picked instead of Milroe? Like pretty much anybody. Miles Hinton from Michigan goes to the Eagles here, and now we're on the clock. So I'm gonna stop paying attention to chat. So I'm locking in. I don't think I had Hinton on my board, though. I did not. Oh, this is the son of Chris Hinton. Based. Hmm. All right, Seahawks on the clock. All right, everybody, welcome back. The Seahawks are on the clock at pick 192. Looks like the pick is just coming in. So, a lot we can do here that I would be really happy with. A lot we can do that I would be pretty cool with here. This is our last pick before the 7th round as of right now. So after this pick, we're going to be waiting for a little bit. Would love to get Kobe Bryant here. Holland Pierce, Cameron Williams, great value. Guys I thought would go around the 3rd. Some guys that I thought were going to be gone by the 4th round. Chase Lunt would be really interesting. There's a lot. I'm going to be definitely open to a lot of possibilities here. Bryce Cable Dew. This is a guy we met with. We met with Cable Dew. This was one of our top 30 visits. This was one of the late round guys that we had an affinity towards. So not terribly surprising that we did end up taking him. There wasn't a lot that I was able to find on him, admittedly. I did have him as more of a 7th round guy, but we are pretty close to the 7th round here at this point. And we want to make sure we get him. There's just something here that we like. And I'm okay with that. I think once you get down to the 6th round, 7th round, you start prioritizing more like the guys that you just get a good feeling about. So I can see this one. I'm not 100% sure where he ends up washing out in the NFL. From my recollection of what I thought when I looked at him, it was well. Actually, I can actually just go ahead and quickly pull it up here. Yeah. So he is probably going to slide inside at the NFL. So this is offensive line depth. I do think that there are some limitations here in terms of his mobility. I think there are some limitations in terms of his ability to play in space. So I am a little bit concerned about the exact fit with the Kubiak scheme. I think that's obviously less important when you're getting down to this part of the draft. He is a very powerful player. He is somebody that has experience at tackle, and even if he doesn't play tackle in the NFL, that'll help him. He's got a pretty good mirror. He has leg drive. So there is some positive stuff here. Overall, I think you could have done better with this pick, but I don't think it's a bad pick either. I think this guy is worthy of a draft pick. You're in the 6th round. I think it's reasonable. Again, this is clearly a guy that we just developed a little bit of an affinity towards, and I can get behind that. But yeah, that's probably going to be it for our interior offensive line drafting. That Cable Dew's probably. Honestly, he might end up at right guard because he is a less mobile guy, and right guard tends to be the position that you play when you want to get away with that. So I would expect him to end up as a right guard in the NFL. Even though he is undersized, that's going to matter a little bit less in the Kubiak scheme. But yeah, those are my thoughts on the pick. It's fine. I'm not going to... Oh, thank you for the sub, Gavin. But we got 3 more picks. We got a lot more we can still do, but obviously the choices you're going to have down in the 7th round going to be limited. So let's see what happens. See you guys later. Go Hawks. Okay. Man, what did Cam Williams do? I agree. I'm going to need a few minutes to upload that video. I thought he was 304, Killer Kai. I thought he's 304. I'm watching on ABC, Gary. uh, I'll give it a B. It's fine. Uninspiring, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We saw something we liked. I don't know what, but we saw something we liked. I don't think he's very mobile, though. I don't think his agility is all that great. $315 on the wiki. Okay. I looked up, I think it was his pro day, and it said 306. 315 is a little bit better. All right, I missed a few picks, but we're starting to get a little bit of a run on guys that I haven't even heard of, so. What do you think about Shiloh Sanders? He's too slow. Okay, so yeah, Cable Do. Okay, so let's get Cable Do off the board here. Yeah, I had him in my late 7th, so I'm not thrilled about that, but it's not. I did have him getting drafted. I don't know if I understand the fit, but maybe they see athleticism in him that I didn't. Where's Taj Brooks? I know I had him. Yeah, there we go. I had him as a late 7th rounder as well, actually. Jalen McLeod, I don't think I had him. No, I didn't. Luke Newman, didn't have him. That name does not sound familiar to me whatsoever. All right, so let's go. Okay, we're waiting on the Lions pick. If Kobe is there in the 7th round, I'm gonna wonder if like did his leg fall off? Okay, come on, Detroit. Let's get this pick on the board. I mean, every draft is going to have guys that fall off a cliff and you don't see coming. That's the nature of it. But like, I think Shadur was the all-time biggest example of that. B. Fisher, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. I'm working on updating the board. I'm waiting for Detroit to announce their pick. This guy looks like Shane Gillis's brother. The Lions fan on stage right now, he kind of looks like Shane Gillis's brother or something. How did he get a 991 RAS? He didn't do the drills at the combine. I'm going to have to look this up. Maybe he did drills and he looked more athletic than he showed on the field. Ahmad Hassanin. Okay, I actually know who that is. Reasonable. Not bad. I did have him as a 7th rounder, but again, we're almost to the 7th round. Okay, board's updated, guys. Board is updated. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, Denver and then Green Bay. Okay, let me take a look here. Wow, he ran a 4.95. Okay, that must be pro day. Because I don't think he did anything at the actual combine. He is athletic. Okay. I mean, that's interesting. Texans now on the clock, by the way. Texans traded up. What are they trading up for? Cable Duke got way better at Kansas when they moved him from guard to tackle. How is he going to be able to play tackle in the NFL with those arms? Like, that would be unprecedented. I don't know. I'll dig deeper into it later. But if we put him at tackle, I kind of feel like that's dead on arrival. Whatever. Texans going Lunt? Could be. Yeah, I have 3 remaining players that I had third round evaluations on. Kobe, Pierce, and Williams. Texans took the Florida quarterback? Wow. Uh, okay. Interesting. I'll wait for it to become official on ABC before I put it on the board. Wasn't Williams a projected first rounder at one point? I don't think so. Maybe he was. I think he was maybe a second rounder. Is McLaughlin a logical pick in the 7th? I would be totally cool with that. Yeah, there are problems with Kobe, don't get me wrong, but I'm really surprised he fell this far. Could Zabel be center and Cable do left guard? I suppose. Xavier Restrepo had terrible testing. I'm not surprised that he's still here. He's not really that good. He's actually really, really uninspiring. I think he ran like a 4.840. I think Armand Membo is faster than him in a straight line. I'm not even kidding. All right, guys, remember, once the draft is over, I'm ending this stream and I'm going to go start a stream over on the Bleacher Report. So if you want to check that out, I'll just spend like a half hour talking about how we did over the draft. And I mean, if you guys have been watching the stream this whole time, you guys, I think you know. Isaiah Bond's talented enough to be worth taking here, absolutely, but the legal issues are legitimate and possibly disqualifying in the context of Mr. John Schneider making the picks. It's going to be solo, Voodoo. I believe it's going to be solo. I will do a show tomorrow with the Hawks Nest to talk about day 3. I don't want to do it tonight. I'm going to be tired. Fanta has not been traded yet. The savings would be very big. All right, here we go. Texans pick getting punched in. Would you eat turkey sandwich? Very quickly, UDFA start getting picked up. Shiloh Davis. Normally, I would stream for another hour or so after the draft to talk about UDFA. But I got to go on the Bleacher Report. So what I'm probably going to do is a roundup video later today. Yeah, Graham Mertz. All right, pick number 198 for Green Bay here. Stackhouse would be hella nice. It's not enough, though. I'm not happy with just having one rookie nose tackle. I mean, I guess we can give the rest of the snaps to Murphy, but man, I think we're kind of dancing through raindrops. I thought Cable Dew was a tackle. He played tackle in college. I don't think he's going to be able to in the pros, but it's debatable. What are your thoughts on Desmond Watson? He's a meme. Oof. 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 Yeah, Murphy's not a nose tackle. We're going to force him to play one because this team building doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm sorry. Warren Brinson, defensive tackle from Georgia. I don't think I had him. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, I like Stackhouse a lot actually. I like Stackhouse a lot, but it's like I don't know if it's enough. You're still gonna lean heavily on Byron Murphy to play nose tackle snaps, and I think that's a waste. We don't pick for another like 24 picks, so it's gonna be a minute. Picks are going pretty fast though. If Reed plays nose tackle this year, that makes a lot more sense. Branson Taylor, tackle out of Pittsburgh. Another guy I do not know. I think he should play nose tackle mostly, Eugenio, but so far they haven't done that. Any other notable nose tackles besides Stackhouse? Howard Cross is super undersized. Jay Toya is all right. The UCLA one, but his arms are so short. Maybe Zeke Biggers is a nose tackle. I don't know about that one though. He might not be a nose. How are we feeling about the guard? I missed the pick. I think it's fine. We had a top 30 with the guy. We clearly like him, but I don't know. Apparently his pro day testing was great, which that would make some sense to me because he didn't look. He didn't look super athletic and mobile to me on the field, but he was somebody that I looked at very late, admittedly, and I didn't have a lot of time to look at him. He was somebody that came to my attention very late, and the only reason why I looked at him was because we met with him. Okay, Jacksonville's pick is coming in. Minnesota goes back to back after them. They missed the pick, Jack. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, which surprises me. I didn't think he looked that athletic on the field. Raywan Lane the third, Navy, a Navy safety. Raywan Lane, not familiar. Wow, we are on a run of guys I've not heard of. Not that that's surprising when you get to this part of the draft, but still. Maybe Cable Do will play nose. Yeah, I like RAS, but not with a quarterback. There's so much more important stuff with a quarterback than how athletic he is. Yeah, guys, Desmond Watson's a meme. I appreciate it, but like, he's a meme. He is. Vikings pick is coming in. Kobe King. Not that Kobe, another Kobe. That's about right. Yeah, I had Kobe King at the very back end of the 7th. Not a big fan. Well, we might sign Shaq. We did meet with him, and he's still a free agent. Yeah, I would have rather had Riley Leonard at 175 as well. I actually think Riley Leonard might be a better pro than Milroe. Riley Leonard has limitations that make me think he's not going to be very good, but I think he could be like, I think he could turn into like a slightly lesser Jalen Hurts. Thor Griffin. I never looked at Thor Griffin. I don't know much about him. I like that Horton pick. Yeah, that's the one that I'm into, man. Okay, pick is in for Baltimore now. Did I miss a pick? Yeah, I did. Gavin Bartholomew. My bad. And LaJohntay Webster goes to Baltimore. Okay, let me update my board. I fell a little behind here, I think. LaJohntay Webster, excuse me. Okay, Dallas on the clock. So I don't think I ever actually looked at Bartholomew. I know who he is. And Wester I had as a UDFA. RB, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Dallas pick is in. Washington up next. Do you think Kobe not getting drafted is because of his size? I'm sure that's part of it. Johnny Cornelius, the Oregon tackle. That's about right. I wasn't a fan of his, but this is probably about the point where he should start coming off the board. Pretty close. Okay, Washington's up. Yeah, I feel like we need Stackhouse, man. Like, I mean, I'm really, 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 really hoping that we can move Jaron Reed to nose for this year, but like, who knows? We didn't do it last year. We didn't really do it the year before. All right, Commanders, the Commodes, their pick is in. Hmm. By the way, everybody, thanks for hanging out with me today. Thanks for hanging out on this day 3. Got 550 people in here right now, and we're nowhere near close to picking. Thank you, everybody, for that. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, please like the stream, by the way. We have 224 likes on the stream right now. Hankins get resigned. I don't think Hankins has anything left. I mean, if you want to re-sign him to play 10 snaps a game, but you need a little bit more gas at with your starting nose tackle to pull that off. Horton didn't even play that much last year, young war chief. What are you talking about? He got hurt. The tape you want to watch is 2023. All right, Washington, what's your pick? Let's get it. Kane Madrano, linebacker. All right. All right, I had him as a 7th rounder, so he was on my board. Buffalo and then Philly. Yeah, of course, Horton has flaws. If he didn't have flaws, he'd be the first overall pick. Imagine a football player without any flaws. That's like what, Calvin Johnson? John Elway? What do you think of trading Fant for a starting corner? I'd like to. I don't know who that starting cornerback's going to be. That's not a lot of value in Fant right now. Chase Lunt. Ooh, that's going to hurt feelings. Buffalo takes Chase Lunt. That's a good pick. Ooh, boy. That's going to get some people a little bit heated. There was a lot of support for him. Hey, Tumbo. Well, thank you, Jimmy John. I appreciate that. I like AJ Barner. I don't think he'll ever be like a top tight end, but he can be a good, capable starting tight end. Ivy would be great here. Yeah, I'd take Jared Ivy all day. How do you feel about Sanders dropping to the 5th? He must have had really bad interviews, man. He must have had some all-time bad interviews. What else can be said? He's not that bad. Like I don't think he's a great prospect, but he is not at all that bad. Like you can, like I think he's going to be better than Milroe for sure. At least I know he's a quarterback. Oh, there goes Cameron Williams to the Eagles. Finally. Good pick. 2 third-round guys left on my board. Carolina up next. All right, Panthers. Yeah, Isaiah Bond is great value, but I don't know what's going on with the legal situation. Eagles win every draft. Considering Anthony Richardson went 4, I'm not mad that we got Milroe where we got him. Well, at the end of the day, either I believe he's going to be good or I don't, and I don't believe he's going to be good, so I don't want to take him until, round 5 for those players. Just not something I can really get up for. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. It's certainly not as bad if we had taken him in the first, but hard for me to rally behind that one, guys. Say one positive thing about Milroe. I mean, he's got a cannon arm. He does. Jimmy Horn Jr. Jimmy Horn Jr. goes to Carolina. I think he's too small to have success in the NFL, but nothing wrong with taking him here. Do you think Slow will be any good for New Orleans? I don't think Slow can stay healthy. I think he's too delicate. I'm not a Slow fan, or Slough, or Slug, or I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I don't care. He's not on my team, but I like him. I just think he can't stay healthy. I don't know why people started hyping him up so much right at the end of the draft process. Tez Johnson's still there? Yeah, because Tez Johnson is not a serious football player. What are your overall thoughts on our draft through 6 rounds? Yeah. It's just like, whatever. Shuck. Okay. Tyler Shuck. Yeah, I like his game. I just don't think he can stay healthy. I don't know. I'm not upset. I just feel like you could have done a lot better, man. You could have done it way, way better. And the Milroe pick just looms over me, man. If we had just taken, I don't know, Jared Wilson or somebody like that instead of Milroe, I think that would completely turn me around, but I can't. I just can't get on board with the Milroe thing whatsoever. It's not just the player, it's also the implications. It's going to be probably 3. It's not going to be until year 3 that he gets on the field, in all likelihood. You're not going to know what's up until year 3. And if he's good, you're going to immediately have to pay him massive money. Logan McGuire, thank you for the sub. Antoine Powell-Ryland? Oh, not bad. I can dig it. I did have him as a UDFA ultimately, but... Okay, who's picked 210? Are you going to freak if Milroe hits? Yeah, because if he hits, he'll hit hard. Jalen Milroe can become like Jalen Hurts in 2 years. Yeah, that doesn't do a heck of a lot for me. Jalen Hurts is not very good. Three of your favorite UDFA targets? Well, apparently I don't know what a UDFA is anymore. Ravens pick is in. Well, yeah, I didn't want Riley Leonard in the 3rd round either. Wait, what for? Wait, what before? And honestly, I don't think Milroe will be as good as Hurts. Hurts is actually a pretty decent decision maker. I don't think Milroe's decision making is close. Peebles to the Ravens. That's a good pick. That's back-to-back Vautech players, isn't it? Hurts would not be a starter on like 22 or 24 teams. I don't even know if Hurts would be in the league if he was on like the Raiders or something, man. Peebles, that's a really good pick. I like that one a lot. Good value there, for sure. Oh, Shizzle. Baltimore. On deck, Arizona making a pick. Jalen Hurts gets to play with the NFC Pro Bowl team, basically. Arizona's pick is in. I don't think Shadur's a very good fit for an open-air stadium, so I can understand if we personally didn't like Shadur. I mean, guys, we're not picking again until the 7th round. Like, whoever we take, it doesn't really matter that much. What letter grade am I giving this draft? Like C+? I'm not convinced. I think there are at least 15 starting quarterbacks in the league better than Jalen Hurts. At least 15. Hayden Connor, guard from Texas, goes to Arizona. Don't know who that is. Hayden Connor, yeah, that's a guard, but I don't really know anything about him. Okay, we're up and not terribly long here. I might go B- if we get Stackhouse. I think there are a couple guys here we could get that I would be confident would at least make the team and have a real good chance to make a positive impact at some point. Obviously, you're not expecting to get anything great here, but you could. I don't want to completely discount the potential value here. Pick is in for Baltimore. I don't really want Shiloh. I didn't look at him, but I do know enough to know he's very, very slow. Like probably slow to the point of not really being tenable. Still waiting on Baltimore. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Fant anymore. I would like to move him, and we still could. All right, guys, I need to take a leak. I'll be back in a few minutes. I want to make sure I'm here for the Seahawks pick. Oh, Baltimore, Robert Longerbeam. Reasonable. Was he on screen yet? No, he was almost on screen, though. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Did I miss a pick? No. Raiders. All right, let's see here. Who'd the Raiders take? Tommy Mellott. I don't know who that is. A quarterback. I've never even heard that name before. Okay, Raiders have another pick coming up soon, but the Chargers are on the clock at the moment. Well, you know who's really getting hoed on here is Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers would have made literally 10 times more money staying in college. He literally would have made 10 times the money this year if he stayed in college. No exaggeration. Chargers pick coming up. Well, yeah, at this point, you can't go wrong with taking Ewers in the 7th round. Chargers pick coming up. R.J. Mickens, another safety. I liked Mickens. Yeah, he was one of my top players remaining. That's a good one. Yeah. By the way, Taysom Hill is not good. Why is that covetable now? Like everyone's like the next Taysom Hill. Everybody's like, oh, this guy's the next Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill is bad at football. When we're talking, if this were a basketball channel and we were talking about a center that our team just drafted, would we be saying he's the next Kwame Brown or the next Jaleel Okafor? No, unless we were trying to like dunk on him. He's a top 50 offensive player in the league for me to poop on, maybe. And even if there is some value in having like a Taysom Hill in the on your team, you don't do that in the 3rd round. You don't do that in the top 100. Okay, Raiders making another pick here. What do we got?
Any anti we can get in free agency?
Cam Miller, another quarterback that isn't Quinn Ewers. Honestly, the best nose tackle left in free agency might be, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Jonathan Hankins. Really, me saying Taysom Hill is not good at football has you rethinking you watching this channel, really? That's the hill you're going to die on? The backup quarterback who plays tight end to meme? That's the hill you're going to die on here? Man, you must have missed the video I made earlier this year where I said that Daniel Jones was a bad quarterback. That would have been a friggin' deal killer for you. Whew. All right, Denver's up, and then we're on to the 7th round. Moody was probably worse because there's, like, no upside. Like, best case scenario is the best kicker in the league, and so what? At least if we hit on Milroe, he'll be really valuable. Quinn Ewers literally going behind quarterbacks I have never heard of in my life. Is there another quarterback on my big... Oh, yeah, the next quarterback I have on my big board is Curtis Rourke. All right, Denver, 1 minute left. Raiders are listing one as a receiver. Okay. I guess that makes more sense, but still, Quinn Ewers, man. Good Lord. Brady Cook is still out there. Ewers may be a UDFA. That's an all-timer, man.
Y'all give Richard for my man who has given MU's superb coverages of this year's drafters, including Inga's pre-draft coverage. Hitting that like button.
Thank you, Jimmy John. I try. Not everybody likes it, not everybody agrees with it, but at the end of the day, I have a voice. All right, so this is the last pick of the 6th round. But thank you very much, Jimmy John, for that support. So I think we're just shy of $150 in Super Chats today. Thank you so much, everybody, for the support. Very nice. And we've still got a whole round to go. There's like a non-zero number of Seahawks fans who think that every quarterback is good except for Geno Smith. Like, I think there's probably people in the chat right now who think that Taysom Hill's a better quarterback than Geno Smith. Think about that for a second. Jeremy Crawshaw, punter from Florida. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Florida punter. Geno Smith is the only quarterback Seahawks fans will not give the benefit of the doubt to. The only one. Cowboys pick is in. Who's our Mike Gerald this year? Honestly, Cable Do kind of feels like our Gerald because that Gerald was this kind of random guy that we just kind of developed an affinity towards.
Thanks for all the work you put into this, Brendan.
Thank you, Woogie. Appreciate that. I do put a lot of work into it. Sometimes things go great, sometimes things don't go so great, but we're always pushing. Yeah, Jake Majors is still on the board. That surprises me too. There are some real limitations with him, admittedly. The only two players that most Seahawks fans actually hate are Geno Smith and DK Metcalf, who are two players that are actually, two of our best players these last few years. Thank you, Sean Johnson. I appreciate the support. Like, if I make a video about DK Metcalf, every comment is going to be like, stop making videos about DK Metcalf. That guy sucks. He can't catch the ball. He did this. He did that. He's a bad person. He did this. He did that. It's like, somebody's going to have to explain to me how he caught 450 passes over the last 6 years for this team, and he can't catch the ball. Like, I don't know what that is, but like you could call it, a real lack of gratitude. Like, I made a video about DK a few weeks ago talking about some of the stuff that Brady Henderson was reporting on, and it's like, bro, I was looking at the comments and I'm like, do these people think I was talking about D. Eskridge? Am I making a video about LJ Collier here? There's a guy who I would kind of understand if you hated. All right. Okay, Dallas took Toya. That's going to hurt some feelings. People liked Toya. UCLA nose tackle.
Appreciate all your work and that you disagree without being disagreeable.
Thank you, Eric. I try. I try. Okay, Atlanta up, and then who's after Atlanta? The Giants. Okay, Toya is off the board. Falcons take Jack Nelson. Jack Nelson. He was pretty good. 7th round's about right. Metcalf was pouting most of the time. You almost occupy a different reality from the one I occupy. I really hope fans didn't drive DK and Gino out of Seattle, man. Oh, Thomas Fidone. I like that guy. Well, yeah, maple syrup. What's your name? Maple syrup. Yeah, maple syrup. I had a difficult relationship with DK Metcalf, but I'm not going to act like he was anything other than a stellar part of this team for the 6 years he was here. Remember, for 4 of those years, he's making peanuts on the rookie salary. Only 2 of those years was he a highly paid player. So you're getting historic production from a receiver you spent a late 2nd round pick on, and you're only starting to pay him big bucks in year 5 and 6. And this guy catches 450 passes for you. He misses 2 games in his entire career. Every time you're in a playoff game, he shows up and does stuff. He puts up pretty good numbers every playoff game he gets a chance to play. And this is how we treat him. This is how we talk about him. That's the thing that doesn't really make any sense to me. Yep, we're up soon, guys. We're up soon. And meanwhile, most of this fan base worships somebody like Jake Bobo. What has Jake Bobo done? That's the guy we worship. Marcus Bryant. I don't know if I know who that is. Let me check. It's a very generic name. Yeah, Marcus Bryant. I actually don't know who that is. Come on. Show the pick on screen. I don't even know what position Marcus Bryant is. Gimme. Give me the deets, bro. Okay, there we go. I don't know who that is. Okay, Vegas on deck. Yeah, Carson, that'd be pretty good to me, man. Jaguars take Jonah Monheim. Makes sense. He was all right. I think that's a decent enough pick, but I wasn't super into Monheim's game. And then we're up. All right, guys. I'm not really going to be looking at chat for a little while because I don't want the pick spoiled, but I am here, and I'm waiting for the Raiders to pick so we can be on the clock. Pick is in for the Raiders. I wonder if they're going to snipe. They could snipe. Yeah, Cody Lindenberg. I would not call that a snipe. Pretty good player, though. Lindenberg. Good, pretty good pick. Pretty good pick. Okay. So, just waiting for the Seahawks to be on the clock here, and then we'll get going. All right, let's do something interesting. Let's do something to butter my biscuit. Okay, everybody, welcome back. The 7th round is here, the first of three 7th round picks for the Seattle Seahawks. We got one here, and then we've got two very close to each other a little bit later. So there's a lot of things we can do here. Honestly, you can't really go that wrong. We're in the 7th round at this point. There isn't really much you can do that I would dislike. There is some stuff you could do that would get me really excited, though. And it looks like the pick is coming down. Looks like it's just about to be revealed. Kobe Bryant would be my preference here. Nazir Stackhouse would also be really nice. A couple of positional needs that I think could really assist this team if they're addressed. But again, it's the 7th round. You kind of have ultimate freedom here to really explore the space. You can kind of do whatever. A guy like an Isaiah Bond, who's really talented but is in some legal trouble, you could go for a guy like that. You could go for somebody like, honestly, at this point, if you wanted to take somebody like a Quinn Ewers, as weird as that would be. No, we're taking Damian Martinez. Damian Martinez of the Miami Hurricanes. As you can see, he was on the big board. If you look all the way at the bottom, he was the 20th best player remaining by my personal big board. So this was a guy I thought was going to be a 5th round pick. So I would say that is really quite good. Let me pull up real quick here. So snap reaction would be, he's got some nice power. I don't think that he's going to be very useful on passing down, so I think he's going to be kind of a short yardage, early down back. But there is certainly value there. There is certainly something that fills a need on pretty much any NFL offense. And what this provides is an opportunity for that 4th running back spot to be challenged for. It looks like K9 is still going to be here. It looks like Charbonnet is still here, and it looks like McIntosh is still here. So therefore, that 4th running back spot is what he's competing for, and it's relatively open. I don't think there's anything there that makes me feel like we're definitely going to have that. So good vision back, good power back. He's got the ability to really fall forward and get those extra couple of yards. So I know some people consider Charbonnet to be a power back. I kind of never really did. I think he's more of a 3rd down back. This guy, I think, is a little bit more power. So that's good. Good job. I think that's a good pick. I mess with it. And we got another pick coming up in not too long. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the video here and see you guys soon. Go Hawks. All right. Okay, I'd say that's pretty good, guys. We got a workable power back. He can play. Let me get that video up. Guys, the difference between addressing a nose tackle right now and addressing him in UDFA is very, very minimal. Like at this point, the nose tackle you get is going to be about the caliber of the nose tackle you get in UDFA. Like, by the way, Stackhouse was expected to be a UDFA, so there's a very good chance you can get him there. Kobe Bryant, maybe had his leg amputated, man. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't think Sharp is out of here at all, no. I think he would have been traded by now if he was. All right, guys, so we're going to have to move very quickly on our next pick because we pick again very soon after. But yeah, I think Damian Martinez is good. He's a little uninspired because he offers very little on 3rd down. Like, he's an okay safety valve. But I've always wanted a real power back because I don't think Charbonnet is. Arizona takes Crawford. Okay. I think that's pretty good, too. I like that pick for them. I never saw him as a UDFA on any board. Who? Martinez? Yeah, he definitely wasn't a UDFA. He was absolutely expected to be drafted, and I thought he would be drafted earlier than this. God damn. Okay, I'm going to give that pick an A. I like it. I think that's a good pick. No beef. Okay. Yeah, mock draft had Martinez in the 4th round, or maybe even the 3rd round. Yeah, I like Brashard Smith a little bit better, but Brashard Smith is a completely different kind of running back. Brashard Smith is more of a 3rd down back. Martinez is a power back. Okay, where'd I have Crawford? There we go. 208. Oh, you're talking about Stackhouse Woogie. Right, okay. I don't know. I saw him as a UDFA on the aggregate. Okay. Did I miss any donations? No. Okay, we're caught up. We're good. Steelers pick is in. I would have considered retroactively making the Zabel pick an A or an A minus if we had had a better day 2, but I don't think we did, so not happening. Oh, wow, Carson Bruner got drafted. Wow. Well, that makes me happy. We have one Husky getting drafted this year, and I didn't think he was going to. What are we going to do at nose tackle? I don't want to answer that question because the answer makes me unhappy. Wow. We have one Husky getting drafted this year, baby. It's not much, but it's honest work. I thought Stackhouse was on the aggregate undrafted. I thought he was going to be a priority UDFA. Yeah. Okay, we got the 49ers. What are they going to do? Curtis Rourke. Okay. I think that's about fair. Works all right. I did have him as a 7th rounder, right around here. All right, Kansas City. Oh, by the way, Quinn Ewers. That's another quarterback that went over Quinn Ewers. Logan Gilbert out for around 2 weeks. Well, that's a lot better than it could have been. Some people were really afraid. Brashard Smith. I like Brashard Smith. I liked him more than Martinez, but they're completely different running backs. That's a good pick for KC, though. I think that's a logical fit. He was one of my best players remaining. Brashard Smith is nice. Okay, we're not far away now. When does the team get to see the rookies in pads? When does rookie minicamp start? Is rookie minicamp in July? I think. I think it's July. Looks like Kobe will be there at 234, and you know, who the heck knows at this point, guys? He might have had to have had his arm amputated. Something's up. It's like Spencer Rattler, right? Teams passed on Spencer Rattler over and over and over and over again last year. At a certain point, you're like, well, something's not right. Dante Kent. Do not know who that is. Oh, okay. Rookie minicamp actually starts very soon. That's right. What was I thinking of then? OTAs? OTAs are in July. Detroit's pick is in. Miami's next. Here comes Detroit. Oh, the safety from Georgia. I did look at him. I didn't think he was worth a draft pick, but there are some fun things with him. But I did have a look at him. Interesting. All right, Indy. I'm watching on ABC. Yeah, guys, no player you get here is going to be particularly compelling, but the opportunity to get somebody who I thought had day 2 potential at the back end of the 7th round is pretty damn valuable. All right, Miami's pick coming down the pipe. Who's the guy announcing the pick? He looks familiar. Who is this guy? Yep, Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers. Our national nightmare is finally over. Our national nightmare is finally over. Quinn Ewers will get drafted by the Miami Dolphins. And he will make 1/10 the money he would have made in college football this year. Okay, Indianapolis a coming. Once our pick comes up, I will be ignoring chat because I'm doing the reaction video. Again, if you have something you want to say to me that I'll see, if you send it in as a donation, it's guaranteed that I will see it when I get back to the chat. Or you can just wait until after I'm done reacting to the pick. Okay, pick is in for the Colts. Hunter Wohler, not bad. I like him. That's about where I had him on the big board, actually. I'm like 4 spots off. Not bad. All right, let's see what happens here with Chicago, and then Seattle's on the board, on the clock. Bears on the clock, and the pick is in for the Bears. Looks like the Bears took a running back. The Rutgers running back. Okay. I haven't seen it on screen yet, but that's what the consensus seems to be. Kyle Monangai. I can't remember if I looked at him. Yes, I did. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay, we're on the clock. All right. Let's go ahead and pound it out. We're in commercials, by the way, guys, so not missing anything. I don't see the pick yet. I'm not looking at chat, so if chat already knows it, then good for you, but I don't know it. How did Holland Pierce fall this far? He's got like 36-inch arms. That alone should make him a 5th-round pick, at least. Like, I don't care if he's nothing but a disembodied pair of arms. If those arms are 36 inches long, I want that guy on my team. Okay, Seahawks pick is in at 234. So we're just going to wait on the networks to go ahead and announce it. And it looks like they've cut to commercial again. So it's possible I have to pull this from ESPN. Okay, Mason Richmond, Iowa offensive tackle. And I'm not really going to be able to say that much about him beyond that because this was another player that I was not aware of before the draft started, but it is a tackle. It is an Iowa tackle. He's been starting at left tackle for his whole career at Iowa. And I do think we needed a backup tackle in this draft. And I don't think Cable Dew's going to be able to play tackle in the NFL. So if this Mason Richmond guy can get it done on some very basic level at the position, then I'd say that's pretty darn good. So Mason Richmond is the pick. Again, I'm not going to say too much about the player because I didn't really have a chance to look at this guy. Again, I just found out he existed when we picked him 40 seconds ago. But conceptually, I think it's good. Based on the ESPN pre-draft analysis blurb here, should be good for a zone. Should be good for his zone blocking scheme, so he fits Kubiak's scheme. So, okay. And usually these Iowa offensive linemen come out pretty ready to go. So, I imagine he immediately becomes a backup on this team, and that's good because we needed one. So, I'm going to say that's pretty good. Again, with me having limited information about who this guy is. But Mason Richmond is your pick, and welcome to Seattle. We got one more pick, and it's coming up very soon here, so I'll be back right after this, really. But go Hawks, and welcome to the team, Mason Richmond. All right, let me get that video up real quick. I don't have a lot of time, but without me knowing anything about this very specific player, I think the pick is good. I think we needed a backup tackle. All right. Oh, Tez Johnson goes to Tampa Bay. Well. Again, I don't know anything about this specific player. I'm going to have to look into him a little bit more when I get the opportunity, but on a basic level, it does seem pretty cool to me. And we're almost immediately on the clock again, so let me pull some of these guys off the board. Where did I put Tez? LaQuint Allen, I really like him for this area of the draft. All right, Tez is off of the board. Did I miss anything else?
Mexican Americans don't normally get drafted.
Okay, yeah, Jacksonville took
Period,
LaQuint. Now Green Bay's on the clock.
Did. Mexican Americans, they like the hot weather, so we will have to keep him warm and running in Seattle.
And then we're up again. 3, 6. LaQuint Allen. Seven. Green Bay up. And that's our last pick, guys. I don't think there will be any trading back into the 7th round. So, once it's gone, it's gone. Okay, Green Bay's pick is coming in. I'll update the board as soon as we get it. Come on. Give me the pick. Give me the pick. Give me the pick. I want my pick. It's not my pick, but I want the pick that was made by the team. Micah Robinson, Tulane corner. Not familiar. Okay, pick is in. All right, we're back at it again, folks. 238, pick is up. Last pick for the Seahawks. I don't think the Seahawks are going to be trading for an extra 7th round pick this year. So this is almost certainly the end of the line. This is going to be our last pick. And then we just have some time to regroup before UDFA starts. Quick reminder, I will be going live on the Bleacher Report for about half an hour right after the draft ends to just talk about the 3 days that we had. So if that sounds interesting to you, come on over there. So we're going to have some fun. The pick is in, by the way. Seattle has punched in something. No trade, no moving around. Looks like we're just going to go ahead and pick here. So again, you can't really go wrong here. There's nothing to get upset about pretty much no matter what happens. It's not really worth the effort. 99% of the players that you don't pick here are going to end up in UDFA anyway, and you can try to get them that way if you really want to. But again, I have 2 players that I thought that I put a 3rd round grade on with Kobe Bryant and Holland Pierce still available. Now, granted, the fact that those players are still available says that there's something up, but I think there's upside. Oh, Ricky White the third. Okay. Ricky White the third. Okay. That's kind of a little bit of a cook here. At least it could be. So let's talk about Ricky White for a second here. Ricky White the third, wide receiver out of UNLV. I really liked Ricky White watching him play in college, but I wasn't sure if it was going to work in the NFL because it's UNLV. They play a very weird offense. So then he tested miserably at the combine, and I kind of lost interest. But then he had a nice little pro day. So there are a few different ways to interpret that. Either the pro day was unfairly favorable to him, because sometimes pro days do that, where they give the player, it's not objective because it's a pro day, or the player was just having a really bad day at the combine and the pro day shows who he really is. Now, either way, I think the guy's worth a 7th round pick. Even if the combine outed him as a deep threat receiver that doesn't have speed, I still think he's worth a 7th round pick because there's some other good stuff with him. And if he is the player he showed at his pro day with actual reasonable speed, like I think at his pro day he ran a 4.5 and at the combine it was like a 4.7, then I probably would have put him in like the 5th round. So we don't know, but it doesn't really matter that much either way because we got him in the 7th round. We got him in the kind of late 7th round. So I think that's good, man. I think that's good. I never updated my big board to account for the pro day because I don't know. I don't know which one's true, right? When you get completely contradictory pieces of information from the combine and the pro day, I don't know how to feel about it. But at the end of the day, either way, it's totally fine. So I'm good with this. I think there's some upside here. I think he could be kind of a I think he could be MVS. I think he could be like an MVS kind of. So MVS only here for 1 year. Hey, Ricky White going to be here for a little while longer than that. All right. So that's the final pick of the day for the Seahawks. I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. Again, I'm streaming the rest of the draft, but very soon here, getting out, going over to Bleacher Report, streaming for a half hour. Hope to see you guys over there. Go Hawks. Everybody have a great rest of your day. And look, it wasn't my favorite draft. It wasn't. I freely admit that. There's some stuff that I don't get here. There's some stuff that I can't really get into. But hey, a lot of new Seahawks, a lot of new players getting added to this team. And each one brings his own unique possibility and own unique potential. And there is something fun about that. Even if I'm not a big fan of where they are right now, even if I'm not too optimistic on where they could end up being, I still think that we are talking about a potentially seismic shift with this team going forward, and that's all you can ask for sometimes. Well, you can ask for a little bit more, but realistically, hey, I have an appreciation for this pick in particular, so it's a good note to go out on. All right, see you guys later. Go Hawks. Okay, let me get Ricky White off the board. Yeah, I put him as a late 7th rounder, but if I took that pro day into account, it would have been more like a 5th rounder. So that one's tough, but I think that's fun. I mean, we got him in the 7th round anyway, so who cares? Okay. Okay, what number pick was that? 238. Mm-mm. All right, let me get that video up. Almost. UNLV running Rebels. All right, that's going to getting uploaded, and yeah. Okay. So let's fill it out. Mason Richmond, LT, Iowa. I'll go A- on Mason Richmond, just based off the little bit that I know about him, which is not much. Okay, 238 was Ricky White. I'll give that an A because I think there's actually some pretty nice upside there. There's more upside than you would usually find in a 7th rounder, so I'm going to say that's actually really quite good. Okay, so what's been going on with the board? Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Phil Maffa. Did I look at Phil Maffa? I don't think I did. No. Prather. Didn't like Prather very much. Caleb Lohner. Don't believe I know who that is. Rams pick is in. Utah. Okay, here comes the Rams pick. It is in. Mhm. So
Thank you for
apparently
another
Richmond's
great draft
expected to
stream,
play
Brendan.
guard.
I'm not as pumped as the last 3 years, but remain optimistic. Go Hawks.
Rams. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's get back to the chat here. Did I miss any super chats? Yes, I did. Mexican Americans don't normally get drafted, period, but Damian Martinez did. Okay. That's one way to look at this, I guess. Thank you, Brent. Thank you for that input. And Seahawks OG, thank you for your support as well. I'm glad people appreciate the coverage. All right. Konata Mumpfield. I know that name, but I don't think I had him listed. I mean, it's a name you can't really forget. It's a very interesting name. Yeah, Pittsburgh receiver. I think I know that. I think I remember seeing this guy. But yeah, I didn't have him on the big board. All right. We're getting near the end here, folks. But thank you, Brent. Thank you, Seahawks OG. Ravens on the clock. Ravens pick is in. No, Chris, right after the draft ends, I'm jumping on Bleacher Report for a half hour. I'm doing a special stream over on the Bleacher Report to talk about the draft. And then I am doing I'm doing some kind of food eating. So I'm probably going to end up making a video later tonight talking about the initial UDFA reports. I would be very surprised if Riley Mills is a nose tackle. He wasn't even a nose tackle in college. Guys, everything is relative. Okay? I had a 5th round grade on Damian Martinez. We got him in the 7th. That's an A. I had a 6th round grade on Jalen Milroe. We got him in the 3rd. That's a D. Are you twitching tonight? Probably, Voodoo. I imagine. I'm tired, though. I didn't sleep a lot last night. I am tired. So if I fall asleep and don't wake up until 2 a.m., it won't be the most shocking thing in the world. Garrett Dellinger. Not bad. I like that. Yeah, I thought he was going to be I was actually only 6 spots off on his big board placement. I think Riley Mills being graded in the 3rd round would have been pretty fair if he didn't tear his ACL. tearing his ACL brings you down a little bit. I still think the value was fine. It's just, how does he get on the field? Well, you have 5 months to rest? Not necessarily. I'm going to have to do deep dives on these players. By the way, the schedule release is like next week, so I'm going to have to do something for that too. Thank you, Dees. Kobe is a UDFA? I'm all about that. Heck yeah.
You're awesome, Brendan. Another draft, thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Ethan. Looking forward to doing it again next year. Appreciate the support, everybody. We're up to 181. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, like 181. Detroit on the clock. Are we done picking? Yeah, we're out of picks. Jose, thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate it, Jose. How does Milroe compare to Anthony Richardson? He's actually very similar to Anthony Richardson, except worse. He's Anthony Richardson, but smaller. I guess the main difference is that he at least, Milroe's actually had, the positive difference would be that Milroe actually had a couple of reasonably productive college seasons, and Richardson did not. Richardson was completely unproductive in college. It was just it was pure trades. Come on, let's see this Lions pick. How is he worse? Well, he's smaller. He doesn't have as big of an arm. He's not as fast. Anthony Richardson was like the most talented quarterback ever, but he doesn't know how to play quarterback that well. Jalen Monroe's very similar, but he's a little bit smaller, a little bit shorter, not quite as strong of an arm. Come on, let's see this Detroit pick. Dominic Lovett, another Georgia receiver. I don't think I know very much about this one, though. Who's 246? The Giants. Yeah, 49ers took Rourke. I'm pretty sure Richardson is faster in a straight line than Milroe. Maybe Milroe's a more talented runner. But I think Richardson is faster in a straight line.
Thank you for your coverage of this draft. Bill the Texas Seahawks.
Well, thank you for your support, ICM, and I'm glad you appreciated the coverage. I do what I can, man. I do what I can. And that gets us over $200 today. Thank you so much, everybody. Your support is deeply appreciated. Milroe and Nick both have high ceilings, I'll admit that. Nick could be a historically good safety. Like, I don't even really think that's an exaggeration. Like, Worry could be the best safety in the league because he's just so unbelievably athletically talented, but... Okay, here comes Washington's pick. Jacory Krosky Merritt. He was a running back that I did get a chance to take a look at. Jacory Krosky. Not bad. Jacory Krosky Merritt. I did have him going undrafted, but again, at this point, that doesn't really mean much. These guys are not that different from undrafted players. Seahawks listed Ricky as a running back? I don't think I see that. I don't know where that comes from. That'd be weird. Corey Black, Oklahoma State corner. I don't think I know him. Would you rate our draft? I'm like C plus, man. We hit the first two pretty well, so that helps, but well, I don't know. That Arroyo Milroe 1-2 punch. And honestly, Mills, just because I don't know how he fits in, even though I think the value is okay. Like that really pulls it for me. Guys, Desmond Watson is a meme. Okay? I mean, it's amusing, but it's a meme. Let it go. He's going to have to lose 100 pounds to be able to play football in the NFL. You know how hard it is to lose 100 pounds? I don't know. I'm thinking about it because here's the thing. Like, I didn't love Zabel, but the thing with the Zabel pick that made me come around on it was that I felt like it would liberate us to do more value-based stuff in day two. And after Worry, I don't feel like we did. Of course, it's always subjective, but I don't feel like we really did that. We didn't take full advantage. So to me, even that pick is kind of like, I mean, it's still good. I still like it, but it didn't clear the way. Cowboys pick coming up. Sorry, guys, I'm just not seeing this one. What team do you think had the best draft? Man. Man. Honestly, Cleveland and LA for getting first round picks next year from teams that might not be very good next year. Down for a JJ Watt trade. JJ Watt's been retired for like 3 years. What are you talking about? Tommy Akingbisote. Well, I definitely know I haven't heard of that guy before. That's not a name you forget. Oh, TJ Watt. Okay. I don't want to trade for TJ Watt. He's too old and he gets hurt too much. And he's going to want $1 billion. Saints on the clock. I don't know, man. I if I'm gonna do something like that, I'd rather give up more to get Micah Parsons. At least Micah Parsons is like young and can be good for a while. UDFA starts like the moment the draft ends, so it's gonna be very quick, guys. I'd love to stay and stream about it, but I got to jump over to the Bleacher Report. Can we trade Fan for a nose tackle? Wouldn't be much of a nose tackle, but maybe. All right. Oh, I agree, Little Tomahawk, but I think when you're trying to put everything into context, like the context of the picks makes things worse, I think. All right. Who'd the Saints pick? ESPN's already on the Niners pick. I'll make a video about UDFA stuff later tonight. Panthers are picking up the 5th-year option on Ike Ekwonu. Interesting. Oh, they got Maliki Mataval. He was kind of fun. UCLA tight end. And the Niners just took Connor Colby, the guard from Iowa. That's a good pick by the Niners, I think. Good value all day. Okay, Matavo. He's gonzo. Green Bay on the clock. Well, guys, the impact of the day 3 picks is much less than the impact of the day 1 and day 2 picks. And I think the Zabel pick is on it. I don't want to drop the grade, but I think the Zabel pick becomes less of a positive in hindsight. I was hoping that pick would liberate us to really just pursue pure value in day 2, and I don't think we did that. John Williams. Oh, yeah. John Williams, the Cincinnati tackle. Not bad. I did look at him. Although I do think he's actually going to move to left guard now that I think about it. So let's put him there. He's not. All right, New England on the clock. Third corner is probably Joby. I like Joby, by the way. I don't have a big problem with Joby. Okay, we have, what, 7 picks left? Patriots, 1 minute, 40 seconds. Pick is in for New England. Let's see what we got. Yeah, Shaq Griffin could be signed. Absolutely. Julian Ashby, long snapper. We have a long snapper, people. I feel like long snappers don't... Usually we don't see long snappers get drafted. That's kind of cool. Okay, San Francisco. Christoph Rath, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the channel. San Fran pick is in. Because I think there's some unique upside there. I genuinely think Ricky White, if he actually is the player he indicated he was at his pro day, could be like a Marquez Valdez-Scantling type player in the NFL, like a sparsely used deep threat. And I think it's really good to get that in the 7th round, man. Junior Bergen, wide receiver out of Montana. Don't know who that is. Zeke Biggers. Zeke Biggers. There he goes. Interesting player. Fun name. Kyle McCord got picked a while ago.
That was inspired by Cheech and Chong's new movie.
That was inspired by Cheech and Chong's new movie. They have a new movie? I've only seen one Cheech and Chong movie. So I can't say too much about that, but I didn't know there was a new Cheech and Chong movie. Yeah, Kyle McCord went to the Eagles. Mm-mm. Mm. Saints. Fadil Diggs. I actually really like Fadil Diggs. He was one of my edge sleepers. Mm. Chargers. Oop, why is Hawk's Nest crashing out? Oh, really? Luke Lakey. I kind of liked him. Iowa tight end. Those guys are often pretty fun. I actually had like a 6th round grade on him. Not bad. He's upset about not getting nose tackle mostly. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair criticism. Do you think Milroe will be released after he fails in camp? Oh, I would certainly hope not. I don't even like him, but I don't want to give up on him like that. Like, good Lord. What does that say about this team if they do something like that? Waiting for the Chargers pick to get announced. Why is Jalen a D in your rating? Because I don't believe he's a quarterback. I believe that he is a tight end. Okay. Come on. Give us the Chargers pick. Here we go. Trick Wizzy Bridges. Florida. I don't know who that is. Let me check the big board here real quick. So 57 players still on my big board, not drafted. New England is punching in Mr. Irrelevant. What do you guys think? Who's Mr. Irrelevant? Is it Isaiah Bond? Yeah, MVS probably isn't as fast as he used to be, but he's still pretty fast. He's a deep threat. MVS is, at his core, a deep threat. Well, guys, you've been a great audience. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. I wish I liked the draft a little more than I did, but at the end of the day, we got some new players coming in here, and that's always going to be a certain level of exciting. So, we'll see what happens next. After this Mr. Irrelevance gets punched in, I'm turning the stream off. I'm going to go upstairs for a minute, and then watch for me on the Bleacher Report. Oh, excuse me. Kobe Minor. Not on my board. Do not know who that is. Anyway. Okay, guys. 57 players still left on my board. So I don't think I did too badly. I'll make a video later with UDFA signings, but give me like 4 or 5 minutes and I'll go live on Bleacher Report. So hop on over there. See you guys soon.